The Fatui? They came to the desert again?
Yep. No idea what they're planning this time. They were being very...
How have you been, Jet?
Well, since we last met, I've started my own band of mercs. We've actually made quite a name for ourselves. Oh, yeah. On a slightly different note, I have some good news. I finally took care of Masaira. Not much to write home about. It was just another day. Found his hideout. Dragged him out of his cozy little bed. He tried to talk me into seeing his point of view, as usual. But I'm way past that by now. There was nothing he could say to save his life. What about you guys? Bet you'd forgotten all about...
Of course not! We're super duper best friends!
Wow. Sounds like I should make time to visit some other nations too. Anyway, what brings you...
Oh, right. Paimon almost forgot.
Oh, that bottle?
Yeah! We need her power to calm the Jinn and stop the sandstorms! Here's hoping we actually managed to find her, after all the trouble we've been through. Surely... Let's see. She should be around here somewhere. Aha! Found her! Lilliput!
What a long dream that was. It's been a while, my master. Oh, and you're here too, little wildcat. The four of us back together again. Imagine that. In truth, it was at first. I was none too pleased when those miscreants barged in. But it did give me... After we last parted ways, I merged with the land beneath Gurabad to suppress the dark calamities. It rekindled the flame of vengeance within the Jinn, depriving Gurabad of any... I fought against it for a long, long time. Until one day, I sensed a change in a foreign land to the west. Once satisfied that that dark power could no longer bewitch the Jinn, I too fell into a deep slumber. Why have you returned to Gurabad, my master? And why is my
Well, basically, Sumira was in danger and a lot of our friends are affected. Some bad guys messed around with Irminsul and now we managed to chase off the culprits, but we have no idea how to seal this place back up and stop...
Child's play. I shall quell the Jinn and scatter the storms.
Thank you, Lilupar.
No need to thank me, my master. I have granted many wishes in my time, and this was the most trivial of them all.
The sandstorm's gone. The sun shines bright again. When I said that we'd meet again under a lovelier sun, this was exactly how I imagined it.
Yay! Although, honestly, Paimon would love to hang out with you more. Even if the Well, there shouldn't be any more Jinn breaking out, right? Are we okay to head back?
Sounds good. You can introduce us to your other friends.
Another adventure begins. Lovely.
The storms have stopped! We should be able to get to the Temple of Silence without any problems now. Time to regroup!
So, this is the Temple of Silence. I've heard the Nagarjanites mention it in passing, but I never imagined it would be this big.
I thought the temple moved to the rainforest ages ago. When did they scamper?
I don't know. This plan sounds a little too risky for my life. Even in King Deshret's day, this was experimental technology.
Well, unless you know of another viable alternative for the Akasha.
The plan is sound and the risks are manageable. However, the scale of this project is enormous. Even with Karvi, Faruzan, and every other scholar of mechanics working on it,
You're back. Everything all right? And who are they?
Friends of yours?
Pretty much everyone in the Temple of Silence is. This guy's Kave, and the one next to him is Alhaitham.
Hello, I'm Jet, and this is Lilupar.
Oh, a famous name from the history books.
Pleased to meet you. A friend of a friend is a friend of mine, as they say.
Who's they?
Huh? Do people not say that?
Not in the desert. Friends you can trust, but friends of friends? Gotta keep an eye on them. Still, I do trust the Traveler's judgment. I'm sure you're good people.
The sandstorms have calmed down. I take it the Gurabad
And after getting all smarmy with us, he trapped us there. Luckily, Jet used the mechanism outside to free us, and then we got Lilupar to put a stop to the chaos.
Wow. Thanks for being there to help them.
So, this mystery...
Yeah?
I assume you aren't naive enough to expect answers from an enemy. Well deduced. Our commander, Dottore, died in Nordkrai.
Are you wondering about his true identity? Or do you think...
I wouldn't go as far as to call it a conspiracy. Just the simple fact, the most important thing for now is to solve the immediate...
This is all getting a little cryptic for me. I'll let you guys talk while I take a walk with Lilupar.
Jet?
Aren't you with the Blazing Beasts? What a coincidence. Didn't expect...
We're mercs. You can run into us anywhere. Who's this with you?
So, did you find the solution you were looking for in the Temple of Silence?
You bet we did. This place is incredible. So far, we've discussed a plan and verified its feasibility. Building a new system from scratch is out of the question. So our only option is to modify the Akasha.
According to certain sources in the Temple of Silence, there is a core device in King Deshret's mausoleum known as Aru. If these sources prove correct, the energy contained within Aru may be... However, this raises difficult...
Yeah, but I'm sure they'll reach a compromise. The people of the rainforest are always cautious when it comes.
Wait, Paimon has a... Is this the same Aru we've heard of before? It's sealed off, right? Some sort of prison where the...
Well remembered. According to our records, Aru was the most brilliant creation King Deshret ever conceived of. Built by divine and mortal artisans. That being said, what Aru actually does and why it was built, until recently I wouldn't have been optimistic that the place even exists. The only reason I'm inclined to believe it now is because we heard it from...
Paimon totally gets that. When Paimon first heard about it, she thought it sounded pretty unbelievable. Do you guys still remember that? The Ibis King told us they were trapped in Aru, and that they had to answer 3 questions to get...
I think I remember. What causes our rise and fall? What obliterates love and hate?
Yeah. Oh, if only Nefer were here. She's dealt with the Ibis King before, so she might know more.
Not cry. Funny. She showed up here earlier.
Huh?
Yeah. Had another lady with her too. Both said they knew you.
Really? They came here to help out?
Yes, really. It was just before you got back. One of them said she's made Not Cry her home. If she's the...
Looks like betting on Aru was...
See? They're right over there.
Nicole! Never!
Why, hello! We're here to help. It's a good thing we left early. We all...
Locked out?
Oh, you haven't heard? An invisible barrier has appeared around no one can leave and no one can enter.
Are the Fatui behind this?
Actually, no. This has nothing to do with them. I suspect it's a defense mechanism within Irminsul itself. Irminsul is the source of Tevat's ley lines after all, and Sumeru is the nation closest to it. I imagine this function was put in place to seal the entire region off in the event of serious damage.
But doesn't that mean that the people here...
Currently, that does appear to be the case, which is precisely why I am here. This is a critical moment for the world.
I'm surprised you managed to convince her to come back to Sumeru.
Indeed. Even for someone of my wisdom and eloquence, this tested my skills to the limit.
And why should it concern me that Sumeru's in trouble? Surely you don't...
Judging by your tone,
Sounds like you don't know much about my past.
all I know is that the Ibis King is the source of your power. He was quite a prominent As for your past, I have ways to learn the full story if I wish to.
I'm glad you see it that way, Miss Nicole. I've chosen to call Nodcry home, which is why I did my part in its hour of need. That doesn't mean world savings become a...
I understand. Human emotions do not appear and still, if time has taught me anything, it's that human emotions are... But that's where we angels come in. Our duty ultimately is to go... So I wish to hear about your past, because I do not believe you are motivated by hatred alone. And if we still arrive at different conclusions...
I refuse.
Wait, what? But I set the atmosphere and everything.
Is it? Maybe I'm not so good at reading the atmosphere. You're right, Nicole. There's more to me than just hatred. Had it consumed me, I'd be left stuck in the past forever. But I don't think that your guidance can change my mind. The all-consuming sands, the blood...
Do you wish to shake them off?
No. I hope to remember them forever. Those emotions and
In that...
Sure. It's not every day you get to hear an angel's opinion.
A long, long time ago, when the angels still walked freely upon the earth, I found life tedious. Monotonous work, lukewarm relationships, things weren't nearly as interesting as they are now. And yet, since the angel's demise, human emotions are often attached to a person, a place, or an object. If Sumeru were destroyed, both rainforest and desert would be no more. With the object of your both love and hate are intense emotions.
Most sophisticated, Miss Nicole. But anyone focused on the still, I'm a special case. Someone once told me that human memory is more select. As much as I dislike Sumeru, this is no way for it to perish. All right, you win.
How much will you need? I'll be upfront with you. I don't have much more on me. If that's what you need, I could borrow some from Alice. Or perhaps...
Just cover my travel expenses.
Huh? Is that all?
That's all. Given all the people I owe favors to, I can just about justify a trip to Sumeru. Yehoda!
Here, boss! What do you need?
I'm going back to Sumeru for a while. While I'm away, you'll be in charge of the curatorium.
Me? I'm in charge? Whoa! Don't worry, boss. You can count on me!
And that was how the ingenious Angel Nicole brought you the perfect person for the job in your hour of need. Hip hip hooray!
That was far more detailed than necessary. Not lacking in embellishment either. I never thought I'd return. Especially not the desert. But life doesn't always go as planned, I suppose. What's Candace up to? I don't think I've seen her yet.
She is still taking care of things in our village. Should be joining us before too long. and sorry, hope we're not interrupting anything.
We're planning to go to the mausoleum of King Deshret to look for the legendary Aru, then use it to try and restore the Akasha system.
According to records in the Temple of Silence, the mausoleum houses something called Aru's Chute, which can be used to establish connection with Aru.
We still have some time before we leave.
By the way, who are these two new faces?
Just call me Nefer. I'm based in Nodcry. Did I hear you mention Aru?
Correct.
Well, I happen to have a connection with one of the 3 retainers imprisoned inside.
That sounds perfect.
Miss Nefer, are you from the desert by any chance?
Why do you ask?
I don't know. There's a familiar air about you. Plus, you mentioned Candace. I'm Dia, an Eremite mercenary. My work usually keeps me out in the desert.
I'm on good terms with Dory, and she's mentioned you all before. However, my associate here is probably less.
Actually, I'm a little better acquainted than you might think.
Huh?
Huh. Are my eyes playing tricks on me?
Ventriloquism. I have heard tell of it before.
What is it, Kale?
It's you. You're the voice who's been speaking in my head. Aren't you? You encouraged me to report my dreams to the Dendro Archon. And got...
I have many titles, but let's go with the most pertinent one. I am Nicole Rain, an angel who has lived since ancient times.
An angel? Sounds like a big deal, but, what exactly is an angel?
Well, we're a rather long...
Yep. And she's also an amazing sculptor.
You could say she's a real creative type.
Well, ma'am?
Oh, please don't call me ma'am. I find it so awkward. Just relax and be yourselves.
Miss Nicole? If it's okay.
Yes, you may. I can see your heart is filled with confusion. I also know which questions you want to ask me. Why did you dream of Sumeru City and I can guide you to the truth. But it... I thought we were going to speak alone.
What's wrong with it? Even the doctors at Dar al-Shifa...
Well, if Kale doesn't mind her secret...
Thanks for being so considerate, Miss Nicole. I don't know what secret you mean.
Closest friends! It's so nice to hear that.
All right. In that Kale, are you aware that there are god remains inside your body?
I am. When I was young, I got sick with Elazar. Nothing could cure it. The Fatui convinced my mom and dad that they could help, and I was sent to an unfamiliar place. There were a lot of other kids just like me there. This creepy guy injected us with some strange medicine, which I heard contained god remains. I can still remember the pain like it was yesterday. But thanks to the friends who've stuck by me all this time. Anyway. So,
yes, those were the remains of Nabu Malikata, the goddess of flowers.
What? Huh. Fascinating. You don't seem surprised like the rest of us.
The possibility crossed my mind when Kale recited the Goddess of Flowers song and calmed...
You made Paimon jump! What are you doing here, Lilupar?
I was merely passing through when I heard the name of the goddess of flowers. Be assured that I share your surprise. You, with the hat. Are you certain? I sense no trace of the Lord of Flowers within her. Well, it is a very small fragment. Unless special methods are used to manifest its power, even after the goddess passed away, her remains were scattered across the desert. King Deshret gathered all the pieces he could find and buried them in the eternal... Eventually, the Fatui must have found a way to track some of them down.
Uh...
You're more shaken than I thought. In one sense, you've been extraordinarily lucky. So many people.
I don't know what to say. I'm glad that I could help everyone with this power.
Well, people value their autonomy very highly.
I understand how you feel, Kale. But once you get used to it,
Huh. I guess you of all people have a good reason.
2 good reasons, in fact. Incidentally, 3 is the maximum number.
Let me guess. Because 2's company, but 3's a crowd?
Thanks for helping to explain the joke, Tainari.
Not my intention.
Goddess preserve me. I should take my leave. This boy in his wolf's head hat speaks much too differently from the Hermanubis I remember.
Kale, all I'm trying to say is, no matter how many Hermanubis fragments there are within me, you wouldn't think of me as Hermanubis. In the same way, you are simply you.
Yeah, I know what you mean. So about that dream I had.
Yes, just like me, she was an angel created by the primordial humans, born with the instinct to guide living beings. Though her body and soul have perished, her essence retains its natural. The mother of dreams, lord of flowers and oases. She must have had a
But I still don't understand.
Yes. Why indeed? You weren't the only one injected with god remains, but I suspect it may be because of the firm will you show. Of course, this doesn't mean you have to shoulder any extra responsibility. All right. Any further questions from the family members of the patient?
Let's move out.
We all hope it'll work. But will we really be able to open Aru? And even if all 7 pillars of King Deshret.
Haven't you handled other big projects before?
I mean, the biggest project I've worked on to date is probably the Palace of Alcazarzaray, I guess? But this is orders of magnitude.
Look on the bright side. At least this time you're actually here when Sumeru needs you most. You won't have to come asking me for details after the fact.
Mock me all you want. But now that I'm here, things will be resolved far.
Kave's self-doubt disappeared in an instant.
Well, this confidence is most gladdening.
Paimon! Thanks again for your... You're welcome! Oh, so many, but I've learned a lot.
What's wrong?
Kale got a fragment of the Goddess of Flowers, and all I got was one of the 7 pillars.
That's what you're upset about? You're such a child.
Good to finally meet you in the flesh. It's a little surreal seeing you here after exchanging letters for so long. In my head, the boss of the Curatorium of Secrets didn't...
Sounds like you have some.
Any budding mercenary group needs a steady supply of intel. They, in turn, can... The Curatorium of Secrets is happy to cooperate with friends from all over the world.
Can't say no to a solid partnership, especially out here in the but cooperation's built on mutual trust. And there isn't much contact between the desert and What's behind your interest in the desert? Nostalgia? Or is there someone you're looking to take care of?
I like your style, Flame Mane. Actually, I had this same discussion with Jet before we started working together. To be clear, were that to change, I wouldn't drag outsiders.
Well said. Taking responsibility for one's own affairs is the way of the desert folk.
You sure that's a compliment?
Absolutely.
I'll take it.
Sure. I love working with no-nonsense people. And you certainly fit that
As do I, my friends.
I hope everyone's ready. We'll be arriving at our destination very shortly.
Why, we've not seen so many visitors ever, really. What is this place now? Closer inspection reveals many familiar faces.
You surmise correctly. We are here.
Oh, enormous, you say? How large, then? Why, you've even put a smile on Goatee and Crocco's faces. I know that laugh. Lilipar, what on earth are you doing here?
Oh, this is hilarious. Turns out good things really do come to those who wait. When did you three get locked up in here? And still you act—
Why, you? Yes, I know. No need to shout. You're right, Lilipar. Goatee, but didn't King Deshret seal you away? How did you break free, and how?
Who knows? Perhaps you can ask my master one day. Should behold, the executioners of old. Some have turned into fragments residing in human bodies. It's almost tragic, watching lowly prisoners like you act all self-important.
I'm starting to take a liking to this magic bottle lady.
Time is of the... We come to you, O three ancient lords, to request your assistance on behalf of the Academia. If we can help you regain your freedom, then please consider as for precisely what we need your help with. It's a long story.
All right, stop arguing, Crocco. And Goatee, don't you start. What's the harm in letting her speak? But do you really have a way to answer them? You once answered the final question, Nefer, but unless, with the passage of time,
You could say so. When you first asked me what determines truth and falsehood, my answer was a liar's soul. Liars are the best at seeing through the falsehoods of the world.
I think that makes sense.
I found it quite compelling myself, and I told Nefer so.
Well, that's simply because it was my answer, not the one King Deshret was looking for.
Can you guess which answer Al-Ahmar wanted then?
Time. And that's not only the answer to the final question. All things wax and wane with the passage of time. Current affairs are always fraught with conflict and controversy. You once described King Deshret as a proud man. I'd say that the prouder someone is...
Time. Well, indeed. Perhaps in building Aru, our king was in fact attempting to reverse... This is the most eventful day I have experienced in a...
Are those 3 of the 7 pillars?
Turns out the statues were quite faithful to the sword.
You three seem to be in good spirits.
Prison can help a person grow and learn to cherish what they have. Nevertheless, after everything you've done for me... Hello, Nefer.
It's good to see you.
Nice. Definitely puts my mind at ease. Seeing you two getting along so...
Should we maybe introduce ourselves?
Sure. I'm Sethos, the current leader of the Temple of Silence. This is General Mahamatra Sino. And this is the former...
Everything is equally new to...
Let's hold off on the introductions for now. We can always...
You're like a helpless parrot. Gods and people of yore are not necessarily welcome in today's world.
Is that so? Well, I think we'll take it in stride.
Fair point. I have.
And I must praise you for your wisdom. Now,
I'm sorry?
why, your tremendous accomplishments deserve a reward, do they?
General Mahamatra.
I won't beat around the bush. Sumeru is facing a crisis the likes of which have never been seen before.
Every calamity throughout the ages has been connected to us.
Whatever is wrong with Irminsul, it severely affected the Dendro Archon. She fell into a coma and is currently receiving treatment from the Dendro Dragon.
The Dendro Dragon? I'm sorry, the Dendro Dragon is helping to heal the Dendro Archon?
Not a pep, surely. Not vicious, cruel, a pep who possesses...
Oh, I shudder to think what could have caused Lesser Lord Kusanali to suffer such a plight. Still, why would the Dendro Dragon lend you her aid? She has always held nothing.
You can help us make history too.
Smooth.
Currently, no one can connect to Irminsul. We hope that by...
Unfortunately, Aru is an imperfect creation. King Deshret never managed to realize his full vision. Besides, I hear your reasons, but to give...
The archaeological records clearly indicate that although Aru's construction took a long time, it was not beyond human means to achieve.
This is by no means a threat. But the only reason we helped you escape from Aru was to gain the necessary leverage to... You asked us to state our wishes, and we have. Each one of us here needs your help, as do all the thousands...
What do we think, my fellow old fogies? Shall we lend our support or not?
Since you ask so nicely, naturally.
Naturally what? Are you for or...
I simply mean we shall do... You claim that you wish to open Aru. Know you then that the golden slumber created...
We do. We understand the risks involved.
In all likelihood, the mortal world will never again be able to replicate King Deshret's work. Never will there be another chance.
We are sure.
If your minds are made up, very well. Saint Shezepank, Saint Bennu, once you surrender...
Saint Bennu, responding to your call. 3 kings detected.
Saint Shezbank, responding to your call. 3 kings detected. Initiating autonomous will.
Ah, Lord Herreshoff. What a long time...
Then your trust in my well-being has long outlived your physical body.
Al-Akmar is long gone. What is the reason for the...
You're awake? Good. We are voting on whether to give the people of present-day Sumeru access to Aru and permit them to perform technological renovations.
Aru is the pride of Al-Akmar. Opening up...
Sumeru is currently in the midst of a major calamity. Let us not forget that a god without his people shall cease to exist, and King Deshret's greatest wish was to
I do not mean to mock these proceedings, but what is the point of a unanimous vote when we know that the last of the 7 pillars, the Dendro Dragon Apep, will never communicate with us?
This will no doubt surprise your mechanical mind, and I have no intention of trying to persuade you into...
Huh? Can someone attest to this? Do we have...
I ask the 3 kings. Can...
Naturally, the Ibis King.
What?
It was Thoth's disciples who revealed the truth to us. We need not debate its veracity.
Herreshoff, you diabolical fiend.
I awakened our former colleagues for you, supported your opinion.
I miss the days when Hermanubis was still around. At times like this...
What are you trying to say? Is my word what...
Hypocrite though you are, Lord Thoth, you are humorous in equal measure. How could we bear not to associate with a character such as...
Since King Deshret is no more, we shall receive no reprimand for acting beyond our remit. Nevertheless, remember, the moment that Aru is liberated, the myriad souls reside to take this step is to bring the perfect afterlife
We understand that well, and we have decided to proceed regardless. Furthermore, the contemporary human perspective...
King Deshret's creation is clearly a place of rest and peace.
Hermanubis' representative and the Dendro Dragon Apep made their choice ahead of time, while the Goat King, Ibis King, and by the grace of His Majesty, guided by his wisdom and will, let...
What's this? Are we under attack? No. Wait, it's...
Here you are. Through the sands of time. I see you.
Father. Father, is it really you?
It's Chet's father, Jibriel! That's right! He entered the golden slumber, didn't he?
I smell blood and sand on you. You've grown. Strong as a wild beast, and without shedding a tear.
You have to leave, don't you?
This meeting is a blessing from the gods. My soul, once imprisoned along with that of Semayu, that the dead should meet the living is itself a miracle. Do not weep for me, Jet. I know you will accomplish many great things in your life. You will go further and climb higher than I ever did. All I ask is that you take good care of yourself.
Father! Father! Father.
Hey, Jet.
I'm fine. Thanks, Paimon. It was just a little sudden. He was trapped in the golden slumber for our sake. And now, after all this...
You've grown strong, Jet. More than enough to fend for yourself.
Yeah. I'll leave the past in my memory where it... Goodbye, Father.
Ah, me, what a touching reunion that...
We three retainers, once imprisoned for our iniquity, are surely the least qualified to judge whether this deed is... Although Aru was created by a god, human craftsmanship was nevertheless...
As for your proposed renovations, we cannot determine which functions to keep or discard. Proceed as you see fit, but...
It matters not. The Ibis King shall be accountable if any problems arise. Ibis, you chose to take on disciples, and so it follows that you must accept the risks of associate.
If I'd known you'd be like this, I would have locked all of you away in Aru.
All of us? What does this have to do?
Vilify me no further. Scholars, since you have liberated Aru, allow me to... Using Aru's power, we shall install a defense mechanism at our king's mausoleum, unseen and unheard. From this moment forth, none may by sight or...
Amazing. And all...
With technology from the heavens, the possibilities are endless. Just because King Deshret did not use it for this purpose, does not mean that it can...
All right. Well, that resolves the issue of confidentiality.
Why, yes. I've already contacted them.
Fresh...
I have a sudden urge to stretch my legs.
I might have had some recommendations for you were this the past, but here and now, for someone who has just left prison...
I could not agree more.
As I thought. The so-called 7 pillars of King Deshret are as—
What do you mean? Not a
as men, as individuals, and even as gods. Al Akhmar once commanded me to select a king from among the people. So naturally my—
Ugh. Can we talk about something else? It all sounds pretty complicated, and—
You think this is a mere story? Well, many would also say that the journey— Little girl, it appears that you really have grown. In the past, you would have flown into a blind rage.
Oh, it's nothing. I just feel like you're right. Getting all pissed at someone for telling the truth is pointless.
This alone is proof enough of your growth. You're doing well, my dear.
You think so? Propagate!
You must be Setha.
Yep. That's me. Nefer, right? That's what I heard the others calling you.
That's right. Started off in the desert, went to the rainforest.
Huh. Well, this is interesting. You don't seem...
Maybe I'm looking to make some new friends.
I like making friends too. I'm easier to talk to than Sino and a little more streetwise than Taina.
Which is why you came over this...
Was I that obvious?
I think you did fine. You...
Lure you in isn't exactly how...
An invitation.
To put down your luggage. Lay down your burdens.
You're a more interesting heir to Bum...
Since you're familiar with my grandfather. Well, assume not to mention the power you and I both...
Aha. There we...
I've heard that if you give tavern owners a considerable tip, I heard Aunt Alice tell a very scary...
Oh, those so, you know how, and
I've got the... Did you know that the first...
time on her, the boss of the curator, you know how some people, so it turns out that you... Oh, the Mir Javari? The Abyss manifests its power in a manner that is most deaf. People often say that wisdom isn't about what when he finally achieved the ambition he thought he'd...
The Pyro Archon triumphed over the Abyss by leveraging rules and legacy. A truly commendable feat. Yet holding an authority seized from the dragons remains an unpardonable sin. I recognize, however, that Natlan has experienced great suffering, so I am in no hurry to act. You claim that his story...
Oh, the Hydro Dragon who serves as the Eudex of Fontaine? Another dragon who puts people in prison. I'm not sure I'd want to meet him. Many respect him, but just as...
Excuse me? You're saying that even some members of the Seven don a counterfeit vision before mingling with their people? My apologies. I was just caught off guard by the absurdity of the situation. Excuse me? You're saying that even some members of the Seven don a counterfeit vision before mingling with their people? My apologies. I was just caught off guard by the absurdity of the situation. Excuse me? You're saying that even some members of the Seven don a counterfeit vision before mingling with their people? Excuse me? You're saying that even some members of the Seven don a counterfeit vision before mingling with their people?
Do you hear that? Sounds like your teacher is scolding mine.
Huh. Classic.
Did you see her? She's a former Vahumana student who dropped out of the academia and went.
How can you tell? Do the Matra have information on her?
Some, but nothing telling. I'm basing it on the fact that she seems to be an expert liar. She can fool many with her words.
A sixth sense for liars after investigating so many of them, I take it?
Yep. What about you? What do you make of her?
A little earlier, in the corner, I noticed she gave some supplies to Jet and had her deliver them to the main group.
She's meticulous and highly observant.
Besides, what was it you said? Making it to the top is no easy feat in any profession. Anyone who's at the top of their game has to have some sort of edge over others.
It's true, but she's not the only one at the top of her game. I also am, and so are you.
Sure, but what's to guarantee she won't overhear us talking about her?
Don't worry, I have my methods. Sethos is distracting her.
Ah, I see.
You must be the ones tasked by the Academia with renovating Aru?
That's right. Good afternoon. I'm Kave, and these two are Termezi and Naisaburi. Hey, I'll hate them. Come and introduce yourself.
We've met before. This is Thoth, the Ibis King, and everyone knows these two. Afternoon, gentlemen.
I've only ever seen these two in murals.
Ah, the paintings in the temple. They show us chatting, playing cards, playing chess. Precisely the activities we most enjoy, funnily enough.
No, only you enjoy playing chess. We were just humoring you.
I wouldn't go that far.
Back to the matter at hand. A preliminary assessment by the Academia indicates that this project requires expertise in various disciplines. The most capable minds in their respective fields are here before you.
The artisans who built Aru for Al-Ahmar gave their very lives to create this.
I didn't know that. We'll do our best, of course, but we certainly won't be sacrificing our lives.
Such brazen words. Humans these days are a far...
No, that's not what he meant. Please don't mind him. He shares your sentiments, just not...
I just think it's important to manage expectations.
Forgive my lack of courtesy, but we simply can't sacrifice our lives to the gods on completion of the project like people in the legends of old. Here's a first draft of the project proposal for your perusal. Please let us know if you have any requests. Normally, I'd have made it look a lot more visually appealing, but we were really pressed for time on this occasion. I hope you'll forgive me if it's a little...
Naturally.
If my fellow minister...
Why are you so preoccupied with the ostentatious displays of respect to Al-Ahmar?
Exactly. This is Aru's mainframe.
We certainly will. Thank you for your...
You may attempt to lay out punishment should you so desire, though I'm afraid it would be futile. King Deshret always believed in humanity. Still, the reason...
Is that true? No wonder human artisans helped to build Aru then.
Naturally.
Have you noticed that the Goat King keeps giving superficial responses? It's like he's just going through the motions and leaving the real debate.
He understands the art of perfunctory speech. That's what earned him his position as the Minister of Ministers. It seems the rumors about King Deshret being a poor judge...
Excuse me for being blunt, but it sounds suspiciously like you're putting yourself on a pedestal and mocking me.
You're mistaken. And while there's nothing strictly wrong with making every conversation about yourself, it's not exactly a positive tendency either.
You? Whatever. I knew it'd be like this working with you. All right, let me past. I need to look at this console.
It's your job to activate it after all. Let's begin. Everyone, Please proceed with the external checks and preparation.
Hello there, youngsters.
Whoa, the Ibis King came to life.
What do you mean, came to life? I've been...
You did say we could start our research.
I've reviewed the proposal. The work you're planning to carry out on this grand device is ambitious in its scope.
I wouldn't say I'm feeling hugely confident, but given how...
You are the top scholars of your day. I trust you are aware that there are countless links between Aru and the Akasha.
Aru and the Akasha? I thought the Akasha was the Academia's greatest technological accomplishment.
And you too?
You've read the instruction manual.
An instruction manual? The Akasha has an instruction manual?
It used to sit on a shelf in the corner at the House of Dana. Not the most... If the manual is to be believed, Aru was in fact the original inspiration for the Akasha system.
What? But there are so few records about Aru.
But this is something you could not possibly have known. You may have heard many stories about the desert, but what is the most important?
I'm from Vahomana. It's, well...
Precisely. And a large part of veracity is the I may as well tell you. In the beginning, Nabu Malikata, the goddess of flowers, descended upon Sumeru. The glory of the heaven was within her. She brought life, oases. Then she created the Jinn, enlightened them, and ordered them to serve her. 2 other gods also walked upon this land where wisdom flowed in abundance. And the 3 met. It was the first and greatest alliance. We should speak with reverence of this covenant between the 3, which transcended both time and all the great changes in Sumeru's history began with the goddess of flowers. For King Deshret's sake, she pried into the secrets of Celestia, and for this, so grieved was King Deshret by her passing that he lost all interest in state affairs and devoted himself instead to the knowledge that she had brought back. It was after learning of the technology from that floating island in the sky that he first conceived, and so the Akasha was inspired by Aru, while the basis for Aru itself came from Celestia's technology.
Well, if the 2 share a common technological origin, then connecting one system to the other is an entirely feasible idea.
Unbelievable. Have you no reverence at all for...
No, I do, but there's no time for that. The schedule is too tight.
Perhaps you could try coming up with our cutoff date.
You know what it's like having to turn around 5 different drafts in one day? I wouldn't wish it on my work.
Yeah, also, Sir Ibis King, you don't plan on getting directly involved at...
Yes, well, you strike us more as having come to give a popular science.
Neither. Anyway, this sounds like...
Still, If Aru is so powerful, why didn't King Deshret use it for more ambitious?
Because it was never fully completed. King Deshret had grand plans, but he perished before they could come to fruition. In the beginning, his wish was to create something that could rival the very world itself. The Lord of Flowers sacrificed what he desired, she bestowed, and thus was knowledge brought into the world. Her courage and sacrifice had to be honored, and that monument, built from knowledge and technology. At that time, King Deshret said the following to the Lord: "Since we share an eternal covenant, I shall never be your enemy. Hence, the fruit of wisdom from the heavens is not. Remember, it is not that I lack the power to become the enemy of wisdom. Yet you and she have taught me much and shown me kindness. For this, in the end, Aru was only used to store a portion of the souls. It was but a primitive form of the masterwork the king had envisaged. His final hope for Aru was to return to the past, when she yet lived."
So the point you're making is, King Deshret was both powerful and ambitious, and he only ceased his imperious ways out of affection for the goddess of flowers, and you could see this as an act of mercy. But you could also see it as the sentiments that lay between these three gods placing constraints on him.
This explains why Aru was both a prison and a monument, and why the answer to—
You have to be careful who you get involved with, or you invite all manner of misfortune. Love is the same. It is both a prison and a monument. All right, let us pause the story here for now. Seeing as you've been so diligent, who's in charge again? Is it you?
Yes, me and him.
Now then, close your eyes. Wisdom hides in the space between the by the power of King Deshret. I shall grant you a glimpse into the
Where did this come from?
It looks more like some form of externalized information.
Just as the Akasha allows you to access a greater range of knowledge, the power of our king permits one to perceive ingenuities that do not belong to this. This is no ordinary mechanism. It reflects the internal structure, whether you choose to increase or decrease, keep or discard. Come, use these to achieve the outcome you desire.
Looks mechanical to me. Better let me handle it, just in case. But wait.
Turn around.
So that's where the elevator is. Obelisks were used to record important information in the ancient desert civilization. Hey, Al-Haytham, there's some writing. I've sent it to your screen. Do you see it?
Got it. It's a little blurry.
Take a look and tell me what it says. Oh, and I'll send any other similar text directly to you.
Let's start with this one. Looks like cultural information from the age of King Deshret.
If so, I suggest you delete it.
Words thrown together merely for fun. I had no idea Aru kept a record of this.
Well, as long as you're certain that this is strictly private information, that's fine.
It is unimportant.
All right, well, I guess I'll start now. found some more. Sending them over to you.
These are all reports about the Gurubad conflict.
Can we delete them?
I'd say so. Most of this information has already been archived anyway.
What if there are details in there that Vahumana missed?
They'll just have to live with it. If we don't resolve these issues now, there won't even be an academia in the future.
Yeah, you're right. Okay, done. There's some other similar monuments nearby. I'll check them out. Site clear! Another monument!
Hold on.
You're still reading it? How long is it?
It records the development and governance of the Oasis civilization. Most of it concerns the Jinn.
Is it important?
Some of it. There was no way for me to read the whole thing in its entirety.
What about the artisans' records? What do they mention?
They're speculations, mostly. For instance, they were wondering how to protect themselves if King Deshret decided to silence them.
Sounds like pure mythology to me. Surely that kind of thing didn't really...
The records do emphasize that this was merely their conjecture based on various myths. Still, the artisans did leave details of their plans to...
Even that got recorded? Okay, well, I'll make a copy of this first before I delete it.
Is that truly necessary? You won't...
No, the blueprints are important. I want to keep them as a memento. I think that should just about do it.
It meets the requirements of the contingency plans, so we should be good.
I gotta say, it's the strangest feeling. It's like drifting between life and death.
Chasing dreams in the most literal sense.
What happens if my spirit just floats away?
That won't happen. Anyway, I wouldn't celebrate just yet if I were you.
All right. Come at me!
Traveler from afar, do you worry for the fate of Sumeru as well?
Whoa! It's so big the crocodile.
Greetings, Crocodile King.
Please be at ease. I'm just here to...
Sounds like you really care about her.
Yes, although to be exact...
Speaking of Nahida, Paimon was wondering how she...
Wait a moment.
What is it?
I tried calling out to a pep, but this can only mean that she is focusing all her energy on...
All the gods who served King Deshret seemed super surprised to hear that a pep agreed to help Nahida. Guessing she made a bad impression on you or something.
Are you aware of the history between her and our king? Then you are learned indeed. I'm glad to know that Sumeru had, at the end of his life, King Deshret tricked the Dendro Dragon into swallowing him whole, leaving her to bear the torment. The Dendro Dragon despised King Deshret, yet he outwitted her. Rather than bringing disaster to the land, he chose to deceive her and thereby ensure his annihilation. The Dendro Dragon stands for the glory of a bygone era. She hated Al-Ahmar and so her willingness to help the Dendro Archon through this crisis comes as a great surprise indeed.
Yep, Nahida did it.
So Lesser Lord Kusanali put an end to the... As much as she loathes the Seven, Apep knows kindness when she sees it. No wonder she was willing to make an exception.
Yeah, that's the sense we got from dealing with...
She is not incapable of coexisting with other living things. Rather, she actively chooses to avoid coexistence. And then, all of this being said, I wouldn't expect too much from her if...
We'll keep that in mind. Anyway, how much longer do you think Nahida needs to stay with the Pep? For all we know, the Fatui might still be in the desert. Just to be on the safe side, why don't we grab anyone who isn't... I'm alright, Paimon. Huh? Was that Nahida's voice?
It seems the treatment was effective.
Since when do my deeds require your evaluation?
Here will do just fine.
I had no intention of taking you any further. One ought not expect greater generosity than they have.
You always hide your kindness away like an oasis within a sandstorm. Only those who make it through the swirling winds can know.
You dare appraise my being?
No, I'm expressing my gratitude. I want to thank you for sharing your precious life force with me.
Awake already? You are more resilient than I thought.
Pep, I feel much better. Thank you.
Gods and their gratitude mean little to me. I would rather you give me your if I suffer any ill effects from the ley lines, you, as the god of this land, will be held responsible.
I understand what you require, but I would assume this task even if you did not demand it. Sumeru is my responsibility. I must...
A farcical notion. God of Sumeru, I hope...
And yet, maybe it is precisely what defines me.
Then hold steady. We go forth.
Well, I'll be. Is that a pep? Do my eyes deceive me? Of all places, the Dendro Dragon has decided to visit the mausoleum of King Deshret?
I see that after all this time, Al-Ahmar's menagerie of ministers remain as vile as ever.
It's a pleasure, Dendro Dragon. Had you arrived but a little sooner, you might have attended a meeting of the Seven Pillars.
What a nauseating thought. You are not the first insects I have had the displeasure of dealing with today. A swarm of them tugged on my tail on my way over. Goodness knows what hovels they crawled from. Why do all the creatures of this world remain so lowly after all this time?
What did you do with them?
I cast them away. What would you have me do? Keep them as... Booer, this is where we shall part ways. To be clear, I do not wish to see you or anyone else here ever again.
Then I wish you peace as you return to your dwelling place.
It matters not to me. Simply refrain from bothering me again.
A force to be reckoned with. At times like this, I feel glad that she has not...
Hold on, just hold on, okay? We're almost there. We made... Huh? Wait, that voice! Uh-oh, I'm gonna fall! Well, that's a relief. A pair of safe hands indeed.
The Dendro Archon's familiars. They are the last...
Huh? Wait, what are they? Obviously I was worried about the Dendro Archon. I've been supporting them with my Pari powers the whole... Oh, They seem pretty not just people. It's all these non-human. I can't believe you made such a long and dangerous journey just from. I'll have to ask everyone to wait while I help our new arrival settle in. Once I'm done, I'll gather everyone to discuss our next traveler, Paimon. Shall we find a place for our friends to... Awesome! Let's go! Well, first I have some Okay, I think that covers everything. Hello, everyone. It's only us. It must be very tough for you coming all the way out here, especially since you don't. Everyone's here. Good. Are you okay? You look... and you're forgetting who I am. Don't underestimate me. Red flag... Oh, excuse me! Are you comparing me to Paimon? I suppose everyone is gathered here because of me. I can't thank you enough. Right now, we're focused on restructuring Aru, processing excess information, and helping I can help too! Just... up to no good! Traveler, Paimon, I have other work to attend to here then... No problem? Thank you. I'm counting on... There's one other thing. If you are to work alongside the people of Sumer... There's nothing to fear. No one here will hurt you. But if you do feel afraid... Very well. Now, I shall bestow a small blessing upon you all. Whenever people see you and... Do not fear. We will face it together. Everyone's here. Wonderful.
Dendro Archon, you're back.
Are you recovering all right?
I'm doing very well. I see. Using the power of Aru to reboot the... It's a sound... I regret to be the bearer of bad news. But with the state that Irminsul is...
Alas,
What about non-traditional means?
Non-traditional?
Are you saying...
Desperate times call for new measures.
Hey, we're here!
Ah, it's you. The Aranara have good intuition when it comes to people.
Given everything that's going on,
Miss Nefer, as a professional intelligence,
not one that I'm willing to volunteer.
let's say I'll treat this as a pilot project aimed at expanding your
I like the sound of that.
Given that you rarely set foot in Sumeru,
I take it you've read the files on
yes. I also skimmed the list of evacuees.
any initial suspects?
Limiting the scopes to males whose recent activity could be viewed as suspicious. The Aranara saw 2 people talking, but currently we only have 1 suspect. The other person was probably just a messenger. And in all—
Everyone is heading for the desert per the evacuation order. Anyone willing to turn back at the—
There's no way it was a spur-of-the-moment decision to act at a time like— We need to smoke him out for more—
Sounds like you have the— I see. Your suspicions are well—
So far, we still lack solid evidence that he's been bribed. He hasn't made any recent purchase—
Then let's get closer to him to confirm before we make a—
And you're certain you've never encountered this person in Nodcry?
I'm certain. Besides, it's extremely rare for me to have had any direct contact with Sumeru mercenaries besides— Sino, stay out of sight and wait for my signal. If he raises any red flags, I'll bring him toward the main road.
Understood. I'll take it from—
Excellent. Well— It all adds up. Darker skin, scars, frequents the desert. Nothing unusual about how he dressed. A coin. Interesting. Could that be how his contact paid him? Conveniently discreet for— Sorry to bother you. Has everyone here already left? I don't—
Ma'am, what are you doing in Caravan Rebat all by yourself? The main group evacuated some time ago.
My friend and I lost some of our cargo along the way. I didn't want to miss out on potential business. And then there was a terrible sandstorm. I guess I'm—
Forgive me for asking, but just to be on the safe side.
Sure. She has blonde hair, and she was wearing a hat and a white dress. You—
Yes, I think that does ring a bell. Ah, my apologies. During this exception—
I understand. Well—
Hey, wait! They left a good while ago now. You'll never catch up with them on your own. Why don't I give you a ride?
That would be amazing.
Hey, let's not worry about the money for now. Wait here a moment. Once I'm done packing—
All right, thanks.
No need for that.
Okay. Well—
You're not wrong there. I mean, what kind of cargo is so important that it's worth risking your life to get back?
I suppose I can tell you, since you've been such a big help. But be sure—
Oh, really?
We're in the antiques business. You understand? Some of our goods aren't acquired through the most legitimate means.
Ah, no wonder. Well, ma'am, in that case, it turns out—
I'm all ears. But to be clear, our commission isn't cheap.
I'm sure that won't be a problem.
Pure gold. That's quite—
If you look hard enough, there are many treasures to—
It has no distinct Snezhnayan markings. That'll be why he's going with that story. And he clearly— Surely you have an existing business partner.
The shop I used to work with is having cash flow issues.
I understand.
As it happens, I'm just about...
Sure.
This evacuation was a huge operation. They needed a few people to stay behind and tie up loose ends. And I ended up being one of them. You're lucky you ran into us in time.
I certainly am. I don't know how this happened. One thing led to another, and look how it ended up. I just hope our client doesn't get spooked and cancel their order.
Fingers crossed. But either way, life goes on, and we all have to make a living somehow.
Can't hide the truth.
Hands where I can see them.
General Mahamatra! No, wait!
This is the coin? Sadly, you won't have the chance to spend.
Nicely done. Looks like Sumeru's match.
Unmarked gold coins are quite difficult to trace. Thanks to you, here's what's gonna... Southeast from here, leeward side of the hill.
Great work. Candace tells me you're...
Hers are quickly catching up. She's improved a lot. It looks like it's over to you for...
Because I'm quickest on my feet?
Because you know how to trail a target. Plus, it'll be easier to monitor their activity from the air.
Fine. I'll be quick.
One more thing. The Traveler just brought a message from the Dendro Archon. Once you're done with this...
Got it. Will do.
Are you sure?
Gee, I don't know.
Okay. Then Paimon's coming with you.
Really? You do know this is a stealth operation, right?
Paimon, are you sure about...
Well, Paimon at least wants to give it a shot. Besides, being the best guide into that has to count for some...
Fine. Join me if you want. But be warned. If anything goes wrong...
No need! Paimon will be super care...
Good. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go.
Coming!
Too slow. We're here. Now we wait.
Okay, yeah, cool.
What's on your mind?
Huh? Nothing?
I thought all you cared about besides being a guide was food and
What's that supposed to mean? Paimon's been on plenty of dangerous missions before.
but never on your own. You hardly ever leave the Traveler's side. Just saying, I'm kind of at loose ends right now. So if you did want to share, I suppose I'd have to listen. If not, suit yourself.
Hat guy? Do you think Paimon is useless?
What? Where's that coming from?
When we were in Notcry, Paimon suddenly realized something. Even though Paimon's with the Traveler every single day, whenever we face real danger, she can't do anything to help. Paimon doesn't get like this very often. She just got really scared when the Traveler got kidnapped that time. What if he never came back? What would Paimon do then? And the more Paimon thought about it, the more useless she felt. But Paimon doesn't want to be a burden. Paimon wants to be a friend who's actually useful. Does that make any sense? You know, that feeling with right now.
You asked the right person. Boy, do I know that feeling.
Oh, that guy!
I'm not gonna try and encourage you. What I will say is this. When you start doubting yourself, you have two choices. Give up or change. You have to make the decision to move forward. Otherwise, no amount of consultation from other people is gonna help you. So ask yourself, what do you want? To get stronger? To learn more? Whatever it is, go do it. You won't have any regrets. Something's not right. Paimon, is it just me? Or is...
Should Paimon take a look?
We'll give it another hour.
Okay. How strange. We've been here. What is it? Did you think of something?
Something feels off about this whole situation. We know for sure that the guy Sinocot had something set up. Yet somehow his contact is a no-show. So, either the
How would they know to do that? Wouldn't they at least send someone here to...
That's the problem. They couldn't possibly know what's happening here. This...
Even though this isn't a formal meeting, I'd still like to start.
Shesipank and Bennu are currently assisting the scholars with the maintenance of Aru. Please, as for Hermanubis...
There have been times when I imagined what it might be like to meet you all. Time has taken many things away.
I must say, you appear to be in good spirits, Lesser Lord Kusanali. But even so, I can sense...
Oh no! So even don't worry, Paimon. It worked very well indeed. The issue is how closely I'm tied to Irminsul. Until the problem with VII, Sumeru has undergone tremendous changes during your absence. When gods pass away...
Regrettably...
I too have grown weaker due to the effects of Irminsul.
Then what do you suggest?
We take all the help we can get. Sumeru is our shared home. You and I, gods and humans...
Though Al-Ahmar is no longer with us, the alliance between the three gods remains in force. Regardless, as subjects of our king, we have a not to mention that it was the people of Sumeru who released us from this prison of Aru. Times have changed, and the people of...
You really know how to give a...
Now then, let us look...
The brightest minds of the Sumeru Academia are busy opening and renovating Aru. They claim it has something to do...
Correct. Irminsul has existed in Tevat since the very beginning. But during the Age of the Dragons, it did not possess the significance it holds today. After the heavenly principles arrived, the power of the Light Realm was divided into elemental energy, and Irminsul was refashioned as a device that records and preserves all information. Since then, everything in this world has been inextricably linked as the Dendro Archon. I have a duty to protect Irminsul. Tevat has seen many upheavals in the last few years. The most recent, I made sure to monitor all the pathways through which I still believe that someone has actively invaded Irminsul. But rather than taking any of the pathways I referred to, the intruder by entering Irminsul through death.
I see what you mean. You cannot simply stop all deceased souls from returning to the ley lines.
That's right. As important as it is to guard against external threats.
Please, understand how...
Defense has never been an easy...
After Irminsul was invaded, my authority was quickly restricted.
I'm sure you feel responsible, but you are not to blame.
But the people of Sumeru should not have to...
And this is why you need Aru.
Yes. The only thing in Sumeru capable of rivaling Irminsul in terms of overall... All I managed to do before falling into a coma was make some minor adjustments to... The scholar's initial plan was to borrow Aru's power to reboot the Akasha, then use the Akasha to connect to Irminsul, and then... Unfortunately, Irminsul has suffered far greater. To rise to the challenge, we had to resort to a more extreme and far costlier to reclaim Irminsul. Her brightest scholars have made further modifications to Aru with multiple goals in mind.
Human wisdom has clearly improved over the millennia. You have not only our support, but that of the Jinn, the Aranara, and the Pari.
Together, we will do everything in our—
By the way, when you spoke earlier of an intruder, it almost sounded as if you knew.
Well... Master Tainari! What is that?
Is this Irminsul? How did this happen? What's going on inside?
Luckily, we managed to evacuate everyone.
What in the world was that?
Oh my. I understand now, Dendro Archon. You make yourself quite clear indeed.
Not once over the millennia has Irminsul been so terribly afflicted as this.
Please continue, Dendro Archon.
Irminsul's root system is what comprises the ley lines. In the past, it has always been hidden away, going unseen by the general populace. But now, an evil intruder is making it reveal itself. It has become a tree of unbridled greed. A clear sign that a deranged experiment has advanced to a new stage.
Blasphemy. From where I stand, an experiment in the name of blasphemy sounds rather improper. But if we are to honor Dottores' will, this is what we must do.
The birth of this tree proves to me beyond doubt that this is— But to explain the situation in full—
Zandik. So it was him. I saw him in the desert once. A man of supreme arrogance. So this is where it has taken him.
But didn't Dottori die and not cry? How is he still able to— He must still have loyal followers amongst the Fatui. Even so,
I can confirm that Fatui forces have arrived in Sumeru City. Furthermore, Irminsul seems to be undergoing some kind of mutation. Evil breath. Sorry. I couldn't think of any other word to describe it. They don't seem to be fully formed physical entities yet after—
A baleful tree. Climb.
Speaking of Dottore, I have some information on that front as well. I didn't think it was wise to state this out in the open. But my theory is, the mole wasn't cut off after he—
You mean, the Fatui never intended to follow through with him? Then why plant a mole at all?
It's hardly a conventional strategy. But as it happens, I know someone who works exactly this way. And when it comes down to it, his goals are very simple. He's been a collaborator of Dottore's from the outset. That fact alone—
There is still much to be done. Everyone, please remember our core
As per the discussions, the following groups must act immediately. Mr. Alhaitham and Mr. Kave, the next phase of the Aru renovation project must begin right away.
We'll give it everything we've got.
The plan looks feasible, but the implementation will work.
General Mahamatra Sino and his team will help to procure the materials required for modifying the terminal.
No problem. I've already spoken with Sethos and Hat Guy, and they've agreed to assist me.
This kind of thing is best left to the fleet-footed. Right? Hat guy?
If it's efficiency you're after, we're the right people for the job.
Following up on the elemental energy amplifier we discussed. Miss Dory, I assume you're the one
Yep, that's right. Leave it to Lord Sangama Bay.
Got it. Well, I'd like Madame Farazan,
You can count on us. Will do.
Rest assured, I'll take good care of Kale.
Dia, Candace, and Nefer. You'll be in charge of negotiating between the various parties.
You bet. We can handle it.
Good. I believe that covers everything.
Poor Tainari. Must be tough being Nephis' student.
Hey, don't try and drive a wedge between us, you old rascal.
All it says to me is that Master Nephis has faith in everyone's abilities. While I'm not...
Exactly.
Finally, Traveler, you and I will head to the border between Sumeru and Natlan. Once that task is complete, I'll be asking some of you to accompany me to the Eternal Oasis.
The Eternal Oasis?
Regarding your trip to Natlan, under normal circumstances, a meeting between our two nations would be a far more formal affair. So regretfully, we won't be able to give the Pyro Archon Mawika the grand reception that she deserves. My apologies for the
No point putting too much pressure on yourself.
Right. Especially you, Dendro Archon.
Don't worry about me. The Dendro class will be there every... Yes. I believe in my... Well, time to get...
To what extent we can implement the final plan depends on how successfully the Akasha...
Yeah, no surprises there.
Once we roll this out, any Sumeru citizens who already have Akasha terminals can simply continue to use... This still leaves us with a significant equipment shortage, though. Many groups of people will
need a supply of rare materials for the renovation of Aru, and time is not on our side here.
The Aru merge and renovation project will have to be carried out by you two. Everything's riding as discussed. General Mahamatra Saina, Mr. Sethos is quite familiar with the layout of King Deshret's mausoleum.
I have every confidence. In the meantime, we may as well...
Makes sense. There's not much we can do until the material...
Get in formation and stay close.
What is this, boot camp? Knock it off.
It's just Sino being Sino.
Everyone clear on our mission objective. Look at the excess primal constructs, dismantle them, and extract them.
And King Deshret's 7 pillars agreed to them?
If they're just sitting there doing nothing, we might as well put them to use.
Wretched vermin! Where you heading?
Your sins weigh upon your soul. You stand condemned. Your penance is due.
Excuse me? Where you heading? Bow your head. Give me some space. Squall and Fury. Yeah.
rises.
Futa! Judgment is upon you. You stand condemned! These devices should still be usable even though they're broken down. Let's take them back for the others to review.
Behold! Too slow.
Excuse me? Nowhere to run!
Search for it.
Know your place! Sage's wisdom! Way ahead of you! Surrender! Excuse me? Give me some space.
Through me, justice is served.
Guilty!
How many do we need again?
Enough to make an Akasha terminal for every...
I remember you telling me how revolutionary these Akasha terminals were.
The Academia declared the Akasha to be the most powerful and comprehensive wisdom...
Certainly sounds impressive.
Neither Hat Guy nor I have ever had it.
Well, if it all goes to plan...
Oh, goody! Thank you so much for handling the delivery. What a long way it was. I'm well aware what a bumpy, dangerous journey it must have been.
Oh, trust me, I'm patting myself on the back for my assembly work here. But will you really be needing all of this?
According to our plan, yes, this is the quantity required.
I heard you covered a lot of the funding out of your...
Of course,
It's really quite a beautiful design. And I'm intrigued.
Did you attend the lecture on Light Realm Energy, Madame Farazan? I don't...
Of course I attended. I was just a little late, so I had to listen to the whole thing from outside the back door. Anyway, I have a perfectly good understanding of light realm, elemental, and abyssal energy, as well as the relationship between the three.
Good to know. Master told me in private that the conversion process between light realm energy and elemental energy involves highly classified
Well, you can't inform...
At first, the Dendro Archon was reluctant to explain it in great depth for safety reasons. Later, she came to protect someone from such dangers means keeping them in the dark. But for someone, it's an information hazard. We're exposed to danger just by knowing the facts. And a tricky problem. But to...
What do you mean?
Ah, I get it. For instance, you and I share secret knowledge, while she and I...
Hey, what? That is not what I call a trivial problem.
Well, as they often say in Bahumana, an event that is monumental to the individual is negligible in the grand scheme of history. Generally, the fate of the individual is an insignificant affair.
Being from Amorta, where the subject of our research tends to...
In other words...
When the same secret is shared with a group of people, the same fate binds them to... Most people would find this unimaginable. But to us scholars, this is the path that has always beckoned to us.
Sharing knowledge is a good way to fight against fate. I will always believe in that. Alright, I think that's everything.
Thanks a lot. But don't go anywhere just yet. I'll still be needing you to calibrate the equipment.
Scanning. Okay, the materials are ready. Al-Haytham, how are...
Most of the information in Aru is written in ancient desert scripts. Some of this is written in a tribal language, while other parts...
Oh. Not lost to history.
Some are. All we can do is infer the meaning, although This section actually fills in some of the missing.
After Aru started up, 2 more lines of text appeared here. Can you...
Humans may not read what is written by the gods, except by not. Victory should not be easy to attain, for it symbolizes divine wisdom. Knowledge must not waver, for it has external.
Is this a clue to solving a puzzle? Or is it being symbolic? You can't read it unless you don't read it. Victory is wisdom. Knowledge is confined by borders. Wait, I think I've got it. It's a metaphor, isn't it?
A chessboard.
You were right. The youth of today are skilled at solving.
Have the secrets buried in the desert not been unearthed over the years all the same? Since Aru is a place...
Oh, I've always been against overly cryptic sentences.
It's you 3. Just in time. We've been delving deep into...
I've heard this was how you'd while away your free hours. You must be quite the experts by now.
It is true. King Deshret's chess games are some of the most well-loved of all his wonderful creations.
Is this chessboard supposed to be...
Naturally. Visitors, everything is ready. Only by completing the challenge on the board in accordance...
1 second. It's...
dangerous? Why, yes, of course.
I should be the one to go, then.
Sounds like the self-confidence of our present...
Don't be ridiculous. I'm your upperclassman, and that means I have to look...
I appreciate the sentiment, but a game of... Besides, I'm sure they won't let things get out of hand. Keeping things relatively safe...
Fair enough. I mean... You guys are controlling the difficulty.
But Bennu said he wanted to put some risk.
Thank you. Obviously. This doesn't seem like ordinary chess. Is the gold...
No, you must enter the board and pass the trials we have placed.
Ready?
Let's do it.
The first trial is posed by me.
I don't think this is gonna stop us.
But the key to this game lies in working together. Otherwise, you will be deemed to have broken the rules.
Looks like it's up to me. Marak, can you open it?
King Deshret's favorite primal construct. Living on in suitcase form, of all things. Amusing.
Ho! Excellent work. Now is the time for my trial. Now, don't be nervous. I'll make it nice and easy for you.
Really?
Thanks in advance. We appreciate it.
Strange time to catch up on sleep.
I'm not sleeping, I'm thinking! It's not that simple, you know.
Ibis King, don't you think this all rather inappropriate? You may as well be handing them victory on a silver platter. Do not expect me to follow your lead.
Ha! Suit yourself.
Strange time to catch up on sleep.
I'm not sleeping, I'm thinking! It's not that simple, you know.
Strange time to catch up on sleep.
I'm not sleeping, I'm thinking! It's not that simple, you know.
Ibis King, don't you think this all rather inappropriate? You may as well be handing them victory on a silver platter. Do not expect me to follow your lead.
Ha! Suit yourself.
Ibis King, don't you think this all rather inappropriate? You may as well be handing them victory on a silver platter. Do not expect me to follow your lead.
Suit yourself.
Done.
Finally. But seriously, that was incredible. Standing on the chessboard. Oh, sorry. I'll save my thoughts for later. Thanks to the three of you for helping us out with this.
We made but a humble contribution.
You lived up to our expectations. Bravo!
In addition to the existing function, since Aru's interference shield can cover the entirety of the mausoleum, it should be possible.
So, building upon the existing function.
Imagine for a moment. What would the ideal outcome look like if this function...
I agree. This is the best...
Me, oh my! Well, since you ask so very...
Naturally.
Time to go! Let's go find Nahida! There you are. Miss Nicole truly is an angel. She shows great wisdom in guiding others. And she said that while the other members of the Hexen Circle are busy with important work, she is quite... Oh, yes, Nicole, all right. Always super... She is. So, well, time for it.
This should be one of the closest places to Natlan in all of Sumeru. There's the barrier Nicole and Nefer mentioned. But why? Why separate you from the And if I'm not mistaken, Irminsul was
Wondering the same thing myself.
That voice. Mawika! You got here pretty quickly.
Hello, traveler. It's been a while.
Hello there.
Hello, Dendro Archon.
Malika, I apologize for asking you to meet at the border on such short notice. I also apologize for not being able to greet you in person. The form in which you see me now is what Irminsul has been infiltrated by the Doctor. We must be on our guard, as he can spy on information in the world from within the tree. Fortunately, there is no record of the Traveler in Irminsul.
My records will be preserved in the Night Kingdom, rather than the ley lines. As long as the Night Kingdom remains disconnected from the ley line cycle, the Doctor has no way of knowing my movements.
Exactly.
So by meeting each other in this way, the meeting essentially never happened. No wonder Paimon didn't come. The Natlanese have heard about the situation in Sumeru. With the borders sealed off, merchants have been forced to stop their shipments. It's pretty serious.
I'd like to address the question you raised at the beginning. I can offer... I don't reach this conclusion gladly, but... Irminsul predates the Heavenly Principle, so even when the people of Sumeru became ill because of pollution, it was not a critical hit. But this time, the Doctor's invasion has the Heavenly Principles established a rule that when Irminsul is plunged into grave danger, that way, even if Sumeru is destroyed, the outside world at least has...
We'd certainly need it.
The Heavenly Principles created almost everything that exists in Teyvat today. To them, Yes. My own power may be limited, especially compared to yours.
Nicole of the Hexen Circle didn't say exactly what this meeting was about. But after
That's right. Nahida and I discussed it at length.
You need the Pyronosis, don't you?
Yes, you guessed correctly. Originally, I only intended to borrow it, but the situation is far graver than I foresaw.
Why do you sound so nervous?
Surely a gnosis is pretty important to a god.
I guess, but it's not as if losing it would suddenly... But I'm sure you don't need me to tell you that. With all the nations you've traveled to, and as far as I'm concerned, a gnosis is basically an elemental energy enhancer. But I don't usually use it.
Yeah, not about to dispute that.
So you see, you don't need to sweat it. Here, take the Pyronosis.
Huh? Just like that?
Uh-huh, just like that. To tell the truth, I've always toyed with the idea of giving it to someone who needs it more than I do. I know you accompanied Nahida here to try and increase the chance of success. It's a good thing you did, because your involvement is one of the main reasons you've managed to persuade me.
Are you sure about this?
I won't try to quantify it, but trust me, handing over the Gnosis to Tumaini is far from the craziest idea I could think of. Besides, even if you hadn't come here personally, I think I still would have agreed to Nahida's request. Irminsul doesn't just affect Sumeru. It impacts all of Teyvat. I know all too well how difficult it can be to protect the things you care about. So logically, morally, or however you want to cut it, helping you is the right thing to do. You don't need to tell me the specifics of your plan. Where the Gnosis is involved, the tighter the secrecy, the higher your...
Malika, my heartfelt thanks go to you and the people of Naplan.
Don't mention it. But now for the hard...
I have an idea.
Just as I thought.
Incredible.
Just made a lucky guess. This seems to happen quite a lot. Things that apply to every...
Irminsul usually produces effects based on the records it holds. Since the Traveler is a descender, Irminsul contains no records of him, and thus...
Is that right? You really are full of surprises. Catch.
Whoa! Thank you, Mawika. Thank you for trusting us with some...
All right. No need to get... Besides, there's still one problem. You might be able to pass through...
I have the Pyronosis in my hand. It feels strangely ordinary. I need to think hard about my memories of Pyro. My memories of journeying through Natlan.
The Gnosis disappeared.
I'm fine. The Pyronosis disappeared into my body. Just like... phlogiston.
Maybe it resonates with you because you've mastered the power of phlogiston. You might not be recorded in the ley lines, but... Whew.
Please allow me to express my gratitude once again.
Pleasure. Well, I've given you all the help I can.
We won't let you down.
Yeah, we aren't about to lose.
Traveler, Paimon. How are you feeling? Paimon's a teensy bit nervous, but only a teeny tiny bit. Of course. After all the adventures you've had with the Traveler.
I'm doing alright. What about you, Nahida? How are you holding up?
With the negative effects of Irminsul, I'm a bit like a piece of fruit that's been... But please don't worry. We all know what we're getting in. Stoking the fire inside oneself is certain... I've been quietly learning little things from everyone. Like...
Me too. With the constant traveling, I'm always learning and growing. That's the journey of life.
I think there's someone else here who would share that sentiment.
Don't worry about what I think. I was just passing by and
What are you talking about, hat guy? This is the top floor. No one passes...
Says who? You can fly just like I can.
I don't know why, but
It shows that you feel comfortable laying down your burdens in our presence. And we feel exactly the same way around you.
It's finally done. Ugh, but I have a nagging feeling that there's something I've forgotten. Oh, there you are. Everything wrapped up on you. Okay, fair enough. That was a pointless question. We were working in tandem.
You must really be exhausted.
Well, it's been a busy day.
When work ends, you clock out.
Yeah, we're definitely due a break. Probably a little late to... Here, this one's for you.
Thanks.
You want a bite to eat? I can grab us something. Or wait, I think there's a stove nearby. Let me take a look.
Are you nervous?
A little, yeah.
Because everything that happens next is beyond my individual control. I don't worry about things I cannot influence.
What do you mean, cannot influence? You're the one who came up with half of the strategies we...
There's only so much I can do.
Was it like this last time, too?
You mean with Azar and his accomplices? Yes and no. The situation back then was easier to control.
So the enemy is stronger? I still vividly remember the way you interrogated me in the library after the fact.
Where were you? If your memory is so vivid, you might also recall that it was you who came looking for an argument.
I came for a conversation. I didn't know it was gonna turn into an argument. Anyway.
What do I think? I think we're certainly better.
It's good having me around to help out, huh?
Absolutely. As a citizen of Sumeru.
Certainly feels that way. I just shudder to think how the world would have ended up if we hadn't gotten control of the situation. So, do you think this is what impending disaster looks like? The sky is so clear, and there isn't a whiff of decay or destruction in the air.
Awful things happen all the time. What you and I have done is increase our chances of stopping this one.
Lofty ideals may provide no defense at all against... Oh, nothing. I hope everything works out.
It will. As long as we stick to the
It's really strange.
I think it's mostly a matter of temperament.
Ugh. Walked right into that one, didn't I?
We'll make our move after.
Good.
As much as possible.
That'll be enough. Don't let the pressure get.
Master Tainari! Mr. Saito! So I brought some juice and some water.
I know how easily you get dehydrated in the desert.
I gotta ask though, who's on juice making duty to?
Madame Farazan said she was feeling a little nervous, so I told her about the automatic juicer my friend invented.
A juicer? Did Sucrose send that to you?
Yeah, I hadn't had the chance to try it out before this incident occurred, but I couldn't bear to leave.
The juice is very sweet.
I think so too.
Kale, how are you feeling?
Physically, I'm okay. It just still feels strange to me. What?
I know the feeling well. That's it.
At least now, you.
All the more reason that you should apply for Spontamod.
I know those two things are completely unrelated.
What are we all chatting about, Would anyone like any juice? Oh, you have some already. I had some earlier, ma'am. Maybe give the extra to... Very well, very well. I shall be off then.
There's this enormous power, and then there's little old you. You feel like there's no...
Yeah. But after all this time, I can't...
Kale, just because we normally keep the conversation light doesn't mean we can't discuss deeper. I don't think it's childish at all. You were the victim of a terrible crime.
My professor once told me that no incident can... Your rage.
Thanks. Miss Nicole said that. The same god remains which were once used to inflict so much pain upon me. Every innocent person who's been hurt needs time, but it's all about to be over.
I don't know if you've noticed, but you rarely stumble over your words anymore. And you're out.
And since this isn't over, you can settle the matter on your own terms. It's time you seized to...
Yeah. Sumeru is my home. And it's so important to me. I have to protect it.
And once you're done, how about you come back and...
Stop it with the sales pitch, would you?
Hey, excuse me. There are still 3 unclaimed cups of juice here.
What? Madam...
Thank you, Madame Farazan.
Drink up and enjoy my handiwork. I think I'm going to make something else now instead.
Please, try to relax.
I know. Drink up and enjoy my...
Please, try...
I know. Something on your mind?
Nothing in particular. It's just.
But the future has not yet arrived.
Some people know that there's an impending disaster. Others remain bliss. People are shaped by their
I've always found the perspective of the Vahumana Darshan to be.
Even at the height of the crisis in Nodcry, people held.
Indeed. Regardless of faith, gender, wealth.
The world has never been an especially fair place. Yet now.
Era. To me, that term represents a much greater.
Do angels even feel fear?
Yes. At least, I do. I fear the gap that grows wider with each passing time renders all memories insignificant and reduces all splendor to nothing.
You're very human in that regard.
If angels draw too close to humanity, our wings burn away in the bright flame of awareness, and we fall to the earth. After...
You're more human than some humans are.
I've been talking to Kale a lot in recent days. We seem to be in completely opposite situations.
Case studies for who?
Myself, I suppose. After comparing the two of us, I suddenly discovered that I desired more than before. It was a gentle, pleasant sensation. Just as most people pursue glory and miracles, I too am pursuing miracles of my own, guiding humans to make the miracles in their hearts a reality. That is my miracle. It doesn't sound so bad, does it? Look at the time. I should head back. I'm so sorry. I was in a hurry and didn't look where I was
I'm fine. Wait.
Have we met?
Not exactly. I think we may have crossed paths by the house of Dana before.
Oh. You're Hat Guy! From Vahumana, right?
You recognize me?
The clue's in the name. Mr. Hat Guy.
Fair point. I could ask you the same question, if I'm not mistaken.
Well, I have something of a background in Satyavada.
Did you find the experience enlightening?
Honestly, it was tedious and uneventful at first. But eventually, I think I did I was told that I even shed tears while I was meditating.
Not at all. It just proves you're very accomplished in your research. Good night. I wish you all the best for—
Thank you, sir.
Too bad we've got a fight tomorrow. I could really do with a stiff drink.
Let us pray instead.
Prayer.
Lord Sangama Bay came to get some fresh air too,
That's right. Actually, I was hoping I might run into you, Dia. I wanted to let you know that I've stocked up on that perfume you said—
No, really? I'll take 2. Any chance of a friends and family discount?
I knew you'd ask that. And I'm afraid to say that, surprise, it's free of charge.
That's very generous of you, Lord Sangama Bay. Does this mean you've made a fortune in Nodcry?
Nope. Turns out it's not that easy to turn a profit there. I even ran some assorted losses. Remember that merchant caravan you two rescued in the desert last month?
No way! I had no idea that was your shipment.
Lord Sangama Bay's investment in the desert and generous stockpiling of goods has helped many people over the years.
Wait, how did you know about that? That pesky lady. Or an intel burp.
She and Candace go way back. It's normal for close friends to
Sure, but why
never shows that she cares. She wishes for all of us to know what it
must be hard trying to make a living far away from home. Just because we can tell what kind of person.
Well,
Definitely would. Does praying help you?
Defending one's home is a just cause. My heart is
anger. You know?
Oh, my lady? What are you doing out here?
Just taking a walk to clear my head. And look where I ended up. Were you praying?
Yes, Miss Dunyarzad.
Come on, it's fine.
Oh, then.
I remember you, Miss Dunyarzad. You visited my shop before.
That's right. She is such a gentle and kind. I see her more as a friend. And so do many others. She's not some.
Agreed. She's a wise teacher and a good friend.
I spoke with several people during the evacuation. Everyone's aware that tomorrow's battle is one that. Oh, it makes me glad.
You've grown so much since we first met.
Oh, a compliment? Ooh, more please. Thank you.
My lady, you've always been a remarkably strong and ambitious. What are you praying for?
Our beliefs may not be entirely the same, but we both wish.
I pray that everyone will rise.
I pray for the safe return of all my companions.
Time to go! Let's meet the others at the mausoleum of King Deshret.
I have not felt this way. Standing up high, gazing out at the rolling dunes. One cannot know what freedom truly means without further.
The golden slumber truly lives up to its name as a dreamland. Though desert set.
Dendro Archon, what is on your mind?
I was wondering, whose counts?
What kind of quest?
So many. As I once said to a friend, we look, we see, and what are the many disasters that this world faces but the sum of all irresolvable questions?
The biggest question you should be asking is how to seize victory.
Yes. Although, I must not fail. And so the question I am most curious about.
What we declare to be a young sapling, we may, in fact, fight.
Nahida! We're here! Just in time. My preparations are almost complete.
Ready when you are.
We're here too. Miss Nicole! Miss Nicole! You run so fast. I thought I'd get a lot of exercise as a forest ranger.
Sorry, I got a little carried away.
Lesser Lord Kusanali, the equipment is ready, and the modifications to Aru are all complete, as discussed during our meeting.
Accessing Irminsul via the Akasha is no longer feasible at this stage. There are other options. Maybe you should take it from.
The architecture and functionality of the Akasha terminals overlap considerably with Aru. There is reasonable evidence as long as the transplant and merge operation succeeds. Aru should theoretically work on a scale. A system this powerful is capable of a lot of different things. In the past, the Akasha was primarily used in the pursuit of greater knowledge. Some scholars have attempted to connect their consciousness to Irminsul through the use of terminals, incense, and meditation.
Correct. In academic language, scholars who reach that stage are said to have entered Satyavada life. Hypatia.
Right. And this at least proves that there is a zone within Irminsul that can be connected to.
That's right. Providing wisdom to the people is one of the very reasons.
In that case, I'll skip to the conclusion then. We need to further modify Aru.
Every person? Even the desert?
Yes. Everyone.
I've already calculated the amount of raw materials.
So you mean we're going to get new.
Yes. But this time, the people of Sumeru won't be using them to acquire knowledge, just to connect to Irminsul.
When we evacuated the city, we brought all the important assets from the House of Dana, in case we ended up needing them. We've checked all the relevant records, and one thing is certain.
Everyone in Sumeru is part of the plan. Whoever controls the people.
Since this function of Irminsul was introduced, it has only ever been made available to scholars. But by expanding the scale to include all the people of Sumeru, all the under normal circumstances, Irminsul would be able to cope with the additional. Thus, it might be possible to shut it. Counting down. 3, 2, 1.
Are you ready?
Ready. People sought knowledge, they turned to the Tree of Wisdom. Today, we use it to save Sumeru and the whole world. These boughs that nurtured learning must not become tools for destroying the world.
Transformation.
You would shut down Irminsul just to stop me? You fools. I have all the time in the world.
Success! The evil Irminsul tree is step growing!
Great!
What a display of true courage! The courage to think and the courage to act! I never thought I would witness the shutdown.
Indeed, only humans could do such a thing.
What was once created for spreading knowledge is now used for another purpose.
I am grateful to you three for your help. Only thanks to you were we able to extend. Now, nobody who wears a terminal will have their activity accurately tracked by Irminsul. No matter how many eyes Dotori possesses, now for the next step. I will need the help of your supreme powers.
How might we be of service, Lord of Dendro?
I need to reach the Eternal Oasis immediately. Right now?
In that case, Ibis King, would you agree that this is a fine opportunity to dust off our old...
Never. I assume you have that chess set with you?
You mean the one you gave to...
How could I? You misjudge me. I just wanted to show you another way you can use it. Connect to Safei Shatranj.
Safei Shatranj?
Thoth's chess set gains its power from the chessboard laid out in the desert by King Deshret and ourselves. In other words, the chess set is an extension of the chessboard. In the past, moving a chess piece was
transfer initiated, entering live combat mode.
Apa ya?
Wih, di Batak ada ini.
Ada.
Dibeli ya? Berapaan?
Berapa ya, lupa.
Ya, kamu tuh.
We haven't heard a single word from our spy in the desert. I'm afraid he...
Never mind.
But we spent years turning him. And a lot of Mora.
Nothing comes for free in this world, but the loss is not without its purpose. For a small price, we have wasted a precious amount of the limited time they have.
Understood.
Weighing profit against loss is a necessary part of life. But to tell the truth, I have been operating at a loss since this all began. Since many centuries ago, in fact. For instance, why would a banker act as the executor of a will? If you hadn't deposited your personal belongings at Northland Bank, I would have no reason to be here right now. Dottore, I've placed your final data backup into the ley lines as per our contract. I trust we...
Is it not a little petty to split hairs like this, given our amicable relationship?
I consider sound bookkeeping a matter of principle.
Do not forget that you only live to see this day thanks to me. In fact, every day of your life since you met me, you've been living on borrowed.
Why, that's hardly a fair assessment. I will concede that my survival was perhaps at your whim, but I became a harbinger on my own merits. Managing money is not like other professions. Mine is not a role I could have acquired based on your recommendation alone.
The information stored in the ley lines is quite comprehensive. Rest assured, I have not forgotten how strong your pride is. Well, I presume you have no sense of fragmentation while talking with me.
How could anything possibly go wrong with such strict measures in place? The remainder of your soul was split in two, with one half sent to Nodcry and the other stored in the most... Though I must say, your disdain for the other segments is quite amusing. Zandik is you, and you are Zandik. Zandik created the segments, yet you, a segment yourself, reject him.
That is, Zandik, created segments of various ages in his later years. To achieve this, he had to freeze time and part with a portion of his... But as constructive as it sounds, it erases my uniqueness. If each segment is equally me, then by the same token, none of them are truly me. A soul living forever in the past inevitably holds different views than he did in his later years. The same thing that completes me also restricts me. You too might ask yourself which stage of your life you want to be preserved at. The day your business failed? Or the day you were framed by a gang and...
We needn't dredge up the past.
This undesirable plan was eventually scrapped. Lesser Lord Kusanali was quite right. I needed an opportunity to eliminate myself. And after that, I concluded that there was no more effective plan than directly splitting the soul. Once the soul is transferred out, you will find that
the other half of your soul suffered a crushing defeat in Nodcry.
And yet in the process, I obtained the information I always wanted, did I not? Because now we finally know where the best...
I once thought your ultimate goal was to ascend to godhood. But as it turns out, that was merely one of your experiments.
Experiments take many forms. Most people are too eager for success, too fixated on the end goal. They forget a suspiciously vacant seat, a new face. I trust you can put two and two together.
What can I say? After all your efforts, you really did uncover the world's secrets. So, is the new world you promised a lie?
No, it never was. I am glad to be able to control Irmin's soul from within. Now I shall attempt to create a new world. Almost everyone faces the prospect of death. But not a single person has ever been able to experiment unrestrained in the afterlife. I am the only one to have overcome this enormous challenge. Would I not be letting the world...
Clearly, the dividing of your soul did not affect the magnitude of your ego. Out of all the versions of you that have ever existed, this you is the most insane.
Is that why you chose to work with me? Which was it then?
Could I call myself a venture capitalist without a suitably ambitious...
Well then, I must say, while I am surprised enough that you showed up at all, what surprises me more is that you chose to present yourself as my former subordinate, and not as the banker Pantalone.
Why make things harder than they need to be? Exposing my true identity in a situation like this would only serve to destroy diplomat. Showing up in the name of the original antagonist gives you the recognition you rightly deserve. As for why I'm here, if you're suggesting that your credit is in the negative, I won't...
I'd argue that a significant factor in your willingness to cooperate is it not true that a relationship should be judged by both the positive and negative?
So some of what especially for a human being.
Let's not pretend that you're any more innocent than I am. Are we not the same in this?
Is it really so greedy to want the world to operate by a new set of rules?
Of course not, my dear friend. And as I've said before, mutual interest is the...
I just hope there never comes a day when I have to work too hard.
Regrader, sir. People have been spotted approaching Sumeru City.
How strange. Despite your access to Irminsol's data, it appears the soldiers noticed before you. Well, Dottore, I trust you know what this means. The fact is...
They're coming. They'll breach the city gates any moment now.
But even so, I would say Irminsol is a wonderfully convenient thing on the whole. If you do manage to create a new world, perhaps you could...
I'll consider it.
What do you need me to do? Stall them?
The experiment will take time. Stall them for as long as possible.
Very well. But you're really asking for the moon here. Have you heard this story? There was once a guilty man, kneeling in the center of a church. He pleaded with the gods, begging them to grant him one final request. The chance... Many suns and moons passed. Seasons changed. And still, his confession continued.
Are you suggesting I worship you as a god? Or were you hoping that I might...
Certainly not the latter. That would make my life miserable indeed.
For someone who despises them so, you never seem to have any object. At first, I thought you'd be furious.
Concerned I would terminate our partnership.
Not at all. You had reason.
Don't you find people's attitudes toward gods amusing? A god descends from... And yet, when they see an ordinary person gain godlike...
Is that supposed to be a...
No. I was just thinking... I pity them.
There's no need to be so... I know it's a little late in the day to be asking this, but...
I'm flattered that you would take the time out of your busy schedule. The part of your soul that went to Nodcry caused quite a stir, sending our organization back to the drawing board on numerous fronts. It was quite a headache.
Dear me, I must have caused you no end of trouble.
You certainly did. I had the rare honor of being summoned before the Tsaritsa with Pulcinella to answer for myself. A terrifying... Don't worry, I pulled through. At most, it's a public relations nightmare.
Now I'm curious. How did you explain yourself?
Oh, it was quite simple. I just pinned the blame. I could hardly be expected to defy the demands of someone as insistent as the second Harbinger.
How you slander me. You know full well that I am perfectly amenable. There's no question that you are partly to blame for the ruin of my reputation. Do you have anything lined up for when this...
Hard to say. Field work always takes quite a toll on me, as you know. Once I'm back at Snezhnaya, I'll start with a well-earned cigarette.
Why are you so eager to ruin your lungs after I went to the trouble of
If you have an issue with it, feel free to try to stop me. What's on your mind?
The limits of humanity. It's a pity. Despite running countless calculations, I find there is simply no way to reduce...
It's rare to hear you admit to being unable to achieve something.
I beg to differ. For instance, as I've told you before, the original me was prone to motion sickness and couldn't make long train rides.
Ah, yes, of course. One of the reasons you often sent yourself. What are you thinking about now?
A new experiment. In the event that my soul was depleted, say we extracted my data from someone else's memories,
Yours, for instance.
Such a scenario would be impossible.
Oh?
As long as your current soul survives, there will be no need to create a new individual. Don't forget, you were the one who approved of the present situation wherein only... And if you ceased to exist, who would be capable of performing this...
Since the day I met you, you've always excelled at talking your way out of it.
Isn't it a little too early to be saying goodbye? Not that I wish to keep you from your business, of course. Very well. Let's leave the conversation there for now.
The power of King Deshret's 7 pillars is truly remarkable.
Yeah, sets us up for a much easier fight. Really makes my day. The last time we stormed the city,
I wonder how many people can say they stormed a city twice in their lifetime.
I was just thinking that. I've definitely had more than my fair share of unusual.
This is my first time here, actually. We never usually leave Gandharvaville.
I hope this will be my last time.
Does everyone have to chime in? Can't we just fight?
What an amusing comment, my dear lady.
Well, why is...
Because the image on her shield is one of me.
Huh. Well, la-dee-da, isn't...
You wish for your gauntlet to speak?
Ahem. I think you'll find that it is I who's...
Thanks. Definitely feel stronger now.
You're welcome, my lady. I am glad to lend you my power.
Sino, what's the situation?
There are troops stationed at every entrance. Everyone, stick to the plan. We'll take the main entrance. You head for the House of Dana's side. Move out.
Out of my way!
Take this!
Watch out! Get lost!
Whew. Thank you, Jet.
You gotta be more careful. If you're not ready to put your life on the line, you can't be certain of defeating your opponent.
She's right. Keep your wits about you, Rana.
Surrender! Take them out and secure the harbor. Reinforcements will arrive by water.
This.
Consider it done.
Show no mercy.
Surrender!
No.
Through me, justice is served.
Guilty! This body.
Heal! Futa!
Yeah!
Looks like we're in your
Change of plan.
right.
Do your work. He shall prevail. Let's get it on. Hi! You're dead meat.
No escape.
Flee!
Surrender! Judgment is upon you. Stand condemned! Use the force of your penance is due! Guilty! Your penance is due!
Do your work. Hear my prayer. You asked for it. Go.
Waterway secured.
Brothers, sisters!
Perfect. Just in time.
Welcome. Once we've linked up,
the team has arrived at the north entrance.
Good. Press on.
There you are. Buckle up.
Your sins weigh upon your soul. Guilty.
What a waste of time.
Your penance is due.
Please, grant us your blessing. Let's off.
Look out!
Finally. We need to hurry. Take the middle road now.
Mahamacho Sino, area clear.
Don't relax just yet. More Fatui approaching from the right.
Irminsul cannot track our movements. If necessary, we could split.
Don't worry. We'll wipe them all out.
As you can see, our people came raring to go.
Good.
How are things with the Traveler? Can Tainari?
Don't underestimate Tainari just because he's a forest watcher.
All right. You know that's not...
Sino and the reinforcements have drawn the Fatui's fire. By using a cluster leaf of cultivation, we can pass through certain...
Good luck with that. Well...
Huh? Oh, yeah.
Ready? Ready! Enshroud! Keep up. Yeah! My everlasting...
Fix it.
Time to ignite!
Fatui soldiers up at...
Careful.
Prepare for battle.
Hey! There's people over there!
You have some nerve showing your faces here in the center of...
You're right on schedule.
Well, this guy sure as heck isn't your...
They've stationed quite a few people nearby. It definitely looks... Everything about this guy feels too deliberate. I highly doubt he's just a subordinate of... So you've been waiting for us.
But very clever, General Mahamatra Sino. I know you're the one in charge of this siege, and I look forward to making a deal with you.
A siege? Sumeru City belongs to us!
Historically, yes. but things can always change.
There's a Fatui ambush at the north gate.
Can you handle him?
We can for now.
Yes, I'm quite sure both sides can hold their ground for the time being. The battle is not. But what happens next? Do you enjoy what, once a war begins, some people must die? I doubt you.
Wait a second. It's a trick. He's not even there. Silence!
He disappeared. What was that? A ghost?
Curses. He was never there to begin with. That was just a shadow project.
Enough talk! Attack!
I apologize for being unable to accompany you at this Sumeru's General Mahamatra is quite ruthless. It's a good thing I wasn't there in person.
Your illusion held them up for a time just fine. But now that they have seen through it, they will
Decoy or not, what matters now is that they...
Not imminently. They are already...
We made it!
This is far enough. Tainari, you go help Sino.
Are you sure you don't need me to stand guard?
No need. Once the connect...
All right. Goodbye for now.
Now where's the interface Nahida mentioned? Come on! Where's it hiding?
Found it. It's over here. We can connect to the inside of Irminsul through the Sanctuary of Surasthana's built-in security system. You should be pretty familiar with the process.
Is it the same route as last time?
For the most part. We don't need to adjust any of the parameters.
Then I should be fine.
And Paimon? Once you're both ready...
Wait! The stakes are way higher this time, right? Maybe Paimon should... Huh? Why are you staring at me like that?
It's nothing.
Hey, you've grown quite a lot yourself.
Well, anyway, Paimon thinks she's pretty knowledgeable. Who's the best guide into that?
If we say Alhaitham's not a weirdo, it's hard to explain how he came up with the idea of you applying to the academia. But for all that he counts, you're doing surprise...
She just goes to show how important it is to have someone supporting you.
That's fair. I have learned a lot in Sumeru. Oh yeah. Did you ever come up with that ugly nickname you...
What? No way! We're friends now! Paimon...
Fine. Suit yourself.
We need to go. Paimon, if you're staying, look after yourself.
Will do. Paimon's gonna link up with Tainari and Sino. You got...
We will be. Bye for now.
Initiating connection. Well, here we come to think of it, I still don't even know where we're going.
Thanks to our terminals, it should be impossible for Irminsul to read. I can...
Don't tell me. Only you need to know. That way,
Listen to me. Your safety is just as important as... Don't even think about sacrificing yourself for the greater good.
Alright, if you insist.
This place looks so different from how I remember. It's a complete mess. Like someone...
Must be Dottoro's doing. Either he's searching for some
It's still changing.
He has to know we've entered Irminsul. But luckily for us, be on your guard. Don't let... The red parts have probably been corrupted by Dottoro's power. Don't touch them, or you might alert him. He's looking for us. Tread carefully. That wall could be a problem. Fortunately, it looks breakable. Give it a shot. Squall and Fury! Rises. Behold! Rises. The same old trick again? Are you kidding me? Let's handle it just like we did before. This cheap trick isn't gonna stop us. Oh no, it's a trap. Is that why he was using the same trick over and over again? To get us to lower our guard?
I'm trapped!
Why won't this thing budge?
Hello? Hello? Can you hear me?
Nicole, is that you?
Yes, it's me. I'm monitoring your progress from inside the Eternal Oasis, and I have to say, I couldn't see anything at first. But now that you two are inside, I can use your location. It's not the clearest image, but it's better than not being able to help at all. I can't intervene directly, but I can help to guide you out of the jam you're currently. Dottore in his current form is a blight upon both Irminsul and the ley lines. Pay attention to your surroundings. There must be sources of his contamination nearby. The corrupted...
Is that one of them?
Precisely. Take it out. Good work. But we're not done yet. Stay close, and let's see if we can find any others like it nearby.
Following me. The wind rises.
This must be another one.
Agreed. Now... Oh, wait! Watch out!
It's Dottore. I think he's found us.
The seal is broken. Quick! Get out of there!
And where exactly do you think you can run to?
What is that?
Pursuers! That's gotta be it!
Run! Don't let that thing touch you!
Dodge that attack!
There's more than one path. Which way do we go?
To the left! Trust me!
Fleeing like vermin. What a pathetic sight.
Hey!
Watch yourselves! Stay focused!
There's a cliff ahead. Jump!
More of those corruption sources. Destroy them as you did before, and open the exit as quickly as possible. They're relentless. Is he trying to wear us down? You'll just have to destroy these too. I think the pursuit is over.
Hard to say. Stay alert. devices.
I think we've made it to relatives.
Goodness.
You doing okay?
I'll be fine. Don't worry.
Take a short rest, and then...
Nicole? Nicole!
The connection's been cut. But that means...
Look at you supporting one another. How very touching.
Dottore!
Took you long enough to find us. You're more useless than I thought.
Oh, really? I think I deserve a little more credit for my methods than that. Rather than hunting you down, I chose to let you roam free. I indulged your presumption that I was unable to track your movements, played along with your clever little plan. Fleeing is for animals, but I rather enjoy watching you flee. Something...
If that's true, then why did you come look...
Because I wanted to observe you up... Don't misunderstand me, I'm not here for a fight. Is it so... After all, it's been a while. Scaramouche. Why are you so afraid? I have done nothing unprecedented. You made a bold series of moves in deciding to erase yourself. And with the power of this great chronicling device called Irmin's Soul, once most people form an opinion about someone, it tends to imprison their mind. Yet you managed to erase every trace of your existence. However, this meant that you stood out to me all the more when I saw you in Nodcry. I didn't even have to go looking for you. Just for someone in my position, connecting the dots was a trivial affair. It would have been more surprising if I hadn't managed to piece it together.
You seem very pleased with yourself for figuring it out. I'm sure you'd even be more...
That would hardly be necessary. Besides, isn't it? Let me put your mind at ease. I have no intention whatsoever of restoring any of the records. I doubt that the prospect of losing your current life is all that frightening to you. Because in your case, the cruelest twist of fate is that you'll never again have the chance to make up for any of your mistakes.
Dottore?
All here shall bend to my will.
Swarm!
I'm afraid you'll need to do better than that to take me down. I expected you to have grown stronger. Ah, how foolish of me. I forgot that you lack any means to increase your power.
You will pay for everything you've done!
Oh, will I now?
Unsightly insects!
Does the prospect of death amuse you?
I could ask you the same question!
I'll distract Dottore. You focus on the mission.
Got it!
For the hopes and dreams of the masses.
Open the secret door on this enchanting night. May wisdom's light eradicate ignorance and darkness, and hereby fulfill our ancient vow. Commence data extraction.
stated ideals and stand in the way of progress. You will pay for interfering with the grandest experiment of all time.
Good timing.
Dotori, as clever as you are, you fail to understand wisdom. Wisdom takes many forms, but the path you have chosen eschews them all.
My strength is fading!
Since you are within Irminsul, it stands to reason that only power you wield comes from
Extracting the information from Irminsul just to strip me of my power.
I will find his weakness.
Behold!
I admire your attempt to introduce a new variable, but it's nowhere near enough.
Time to ignite! Cry louder!
Just like a little buzzing fly.
This may turn a little. Committed to memory.
Swan Fury! The wind rises.
Try this. Muso no Hikotachi!
Unsightly insects.
This may turn a little. Share my knowledge. They're so close. Just hold on a little longer. I'll hold him up. Traveler, Hat Guy, the rest is up to you.
We certainly have a knack for surprising each other, don't we?
I'm just getting started. It's time. Say your prayers.
Stay on the offensive, but watch your back.
It's time. Say your prayers. Time to ignite. Behold.
Let's try this.
That's far enough. It's time. Say your prayers.
The final flame!
Scorching burn! It's time. Say your prayers. Finally, time for you to die. Excited?
Time for me to die? How could I have reached this place if death were something I feared?
The last gasp struggle of a dying man is a pretty pathetic sight.
It's time. Say your prayers. Time to ignite.
Burn all before
Upon the gale.
Flame of the primal flame!
That's far enough.
That's enough!
It's all yours. Do with it as you see fit.
Just as you say, this world is home to some archaic things. And as you suppose, you are a formidable opponent. You have long coveted the secrets of wisdom. So now, I will demonstrate true wisdom in action. I invoke my supreme authority as the keeper of Irminsul. Commend me or condemn me. And give your verdict now!
Blessed One of Wisdom, Mahakusaladhama, are you certain that you wish to exercise your authority to destroy Irminsul? It represents both your roots and your finest accomplishments. You truly intend to abandon the very thing you have always fought for?
This is my decision. Irminsul has been corrupted beyond redemption.
Irminsul is the original tree of Tevat. It is the means by which the heavenly principles maintains fate itself. The 7 Archons should honor and revere it.
It is precisely because I honor and revere it that wisdom is knowing how to weigh the options and make the right decision.
Planting a seed begins the chain of cause and effect. Since you have become a great tree yourself, why should the loss of another tree be anything? Till we meet again, Lord of Dendro.
The first flame. The pure, cleansing fire.
Shall we?
Where were we?
I was suggesting that you needn't perform when signing a contract.
You're only sitting here because your bank demanded an evaluation of the trustee.
So you told a story about a young scholar from a merchant family in Sumeru?
I told a compelling tale, didn't I?
The post-expulsion story is far more captivating.
The human experiments or the elixir of immortality?
The part where you die.
Ah, yes. My favorite part. The 35-year-old Segment thought of himself as Dottore, reserving the name Zandik for the original specimen. Of all the Segments, he was the most selfish. After his expulsion, Dottore searched for a new direction. He joined the Fatui, studied Elazar in great depth, secured resources. he was rather fortunate in his career. Zondik turned to Conrian technology and successfully created his segments. But this was not immortality. Even with backup segments, his body would still age. Still, thanks to Snezhnaya, Zondik found the ideal base for his experiments. Then a perfect partnership materialized at a crucial moment. The year that both parties realized they needed more time. Fortunately, Zondik succeeded. In a miraculous turn of events, he gained the extra time he needed.
I seem to recall it differently.
All right, it's true. No matter how much elixir he took, Zondik remained human and continued to age. Then, on the morning he turned 85...
Help me up! Call for help!
Surely he would be rescued, Zondik thought. But to his surprise, no one helped him. Zondik was too selfish for that.
Don't forget, you're one of us.
Yes, and we're all waiting.
Waiting for me to die.
Pantalone arrived for a meeting and happened to witness what followed. He found it unsettling.
I never said that.
But the Zondiks were unfazed. It was a rare opportunity for self-dissection.
What does all that have to do with you depositing your data at Northland Bank?
It has made me cherish my time in this world all the more.
Fair enough. So you do have a sense of self-preservation.
What do you mean?
You're hardly normal, and you don't cherish life. You just don't want to admit defeat in the limited time you have.
Even so, don't I deserve an interesting ending?
I'm counting on it.
If nothing else, I expect my funeral will be a grand affair indeed.
What a magnificent fire. In Snezhnaya, we light fires to ward off the cold. Fire, it seems, is antithetical to ideas such as cold, frozen, and
Perhaps it has always been that way. From the beginning, fire has been used to drive away wild beasts and warm the body and mind. You could say it's a form of treatment. One that cures the human heart of mortal fear.
Mortal fear? Something you haven't been acquainted with in a long time, by the sounds of it.
Whereas you, I'm sure, must know the feeling quite well indeed. I remember when we first discussed the elixir of immortality. You fear the prospect of dying a wretched end in this world, don't you?
Of course I do. I'm only human, and while you may have forgotten it, you cannot deny that you too were once human, Dottore. I do not believe that there is no such...
Perhaps you are right. But I abandoned it long ago and devoted myself to my experiments.
From the very beginning, I never thought you could win this game.
But still you came. Contract in hand.
Because I am a reputable partner.
And as we have discussed, experiments are about more than results alone. The process is equally important. I have come here and completed my creation, and I do not regret my decision.
I'm afraid your journey ends here.
After I die, there will be no one to make the elixir of immortality. and your remaining stock will only last a few more years. How then will you prove that you didn't perish in this?
When I feel optimistic about market environments, I never forcibly adjust them. They have their own. I have been quite particular about many things in my life. But where the manner of...
You make yourself sound so mad.
Oh, but I am. And I hope you will be too. It may have been a long time since anyone told you this, Dottore, but I recognize that you are a truly rare talent.
Ha! I can see it. The experiment in blasphemy that I've been performing all this time. It has been a long process, and I do not care about the results as much as people might imagine.
If the very goal of your experiment was to explore infinite possibilities, then there was never any reason for it to end.
Indeed. Yet now, the experiment has officially drawn to a close.
What should I call you? Zondik? Or do you prefer Dottore?
Suit yourself. Goodbye, Feofan. This time, that's what it truly is.
And don't I know it? Goodbye, Zondik.
I could have carried out many more experiments, but to me, Lord of Dendro, this outcome is certainly not the worst.
I believe you. But unfortunately, this is where it all ends for you.
Experiment. It sounds like you're trying to outdo me in my own field.
Wisdom is conveying information in terms that people can clearly understand.
Indeed. I can see no further outcomes. Ha. You have a formidable mind, and you are braver than I thought. Setting fire to the very thing your survival depends on.
When necessary, wisdom can be as fierce as an inferno. Some of the flames that incinerate you come from within yourself.
Perhaps you are right. You see what lies at the bottom of the human heart.
Here is where your journey comes to an end.
It seems I have unwittingly been your arch-enemy all along.
I do not deny your intelligence. But what you refer to are events that take place in the real world. Goodbye. We will never meet again.
Well, that's the last of them. Everyone.
It was a long, hard road. I just pray that we'll never need to leave again.
Paradise.
I wouldn't think gods need such a...
People always think they're the only one. As the Goat King once said, a god without his people shall cease to exist.
Only we can truly understand how much the desert faith has faded over the centuries. But we still...
Given the myriad ways in which gods and humans interact, I'd say...
Well, that sounds about right to me.
If you told me a few years back...
Belief is a choice, just like friendship. We've made our choices through...
I'll be heading back to the Temple of Silence. I heard the Goat King and the Ibis King...
It's back to Aru Village for us. Still plenty...
Until next time, old friend.
Right back at you. Make sure where it is that 2 of the other 7 pillars, Shezapank and Bennu, might also be dropping by. Since you're...
Dropping by? That makes it sound like they're visiting...
Well, the temple was founded by Hermanubis, so I guess...
Guess that's true.
All right. We'll make sure...
I will.
See? Retirement has always been a problem, especially for old-timers like us who've been locked away all these years.
Naturally. What do you think, Layla?
Huh? How could I possibly be qualified?
Sorry if my question was unclear. Do you think their statues will stand out too much?
Hey, I never agreed to this. How could we possibly allow our statues to be left in Hermanubis' home?
Different beliefs can coexist. We still need to respect.
By which you mean, you two plan to stay at the Temple of Silence, for a while at least. So...
Family.
You could say that. In a sense, Hermanubis would just look at this place. Magnificent, is it not?
And what do you mean?
I mean that for the most part, time spent associating with the likes.
Why does that not surprise?
Anyway, given how much time we'll all...
Once Zethos, the current leader of the Temple of Silence, returns, but judging by the expressions of everyone here, I imagine this sacred ground houses untold knowledge after all.
How about we share a meal together first? I imagine it's been many years since you last tasted fresh food.
Oh, that sounds wonderful. After so many hundreds of years, I can only surmise...
Are we having a get-together? If you'd like,
Oh, my, that would be wonderful.
How the times have changed. To the people of today, it seems the Ibis King has become a kind and passionate god.
And you, Mr. Herreshoff?
To be honest, I haven't given it much thought.
Me?
Forgive my bluntness, but you do not seem to derive your authority from majesty and might, like...
I do, but projecting a majestic front doesn't really suit me. Besides...
Not putting on airs might earn you...
Exactly. Besides, I really like parties where everyone brings their own food, and we...
Last time when we got together for a picnic near the Avidia Forest, it was quite the occasion.
Can we do that? Wouldn't I not...
Don't worry, I can help out.
Me? Sure.
The more the merrier.
Don't take this the wrong way.
In that case...
If I were to compete against you, I can't say with certainty.
Where's Sobek? I'm sure he'd be good for a few rounds. Cards.
I wonder what variant of chess we're talking.
Oh, I'm glad you brought that up. As long as the leader of the Temple of Silence...
Such devastation visited on Sumeru City. So look at all of this. It's going to take me forever to tidy up.
I would have thought a little appreciation of my sincerity and effort in helping.
Helping? Effort? This is your house, of course!
So you see yourself as just a helper in this situation.
If you're trying to say that since I live here
In the wake of a great storm, a missing roof is a...
Can you stop making it seem...
I won't pretend it's ideal.
This is the roof over your head.
The way I see it.
Ugh, this is precisely why I hate talking to you about sentimental things. It's like banging my head against a wall.
It sounds like this is causing you a lot of anguish.
You mean the house or the paintings?
I mean your sentimental...
Oh, well, yes.
Generally speaking, when anguish becomes the norm, people usually make an attempt.
But there are so many people and things in life that are difficult to change. Anguish can be a source of inspiration. And I'm
glad you're able to make yourself think like that.
What kind of a response is that?
And I wasn't trying to. I'm just happy for you.
Happy about...
Happy that you can always find an answer that backs up your views.
You...
More often than not, life is a process of running into problems and then searching for answers. Yours, more than... Not everyone's so good at justifying things to themselves. It's something that you've been steadily mastering.
Huh. What about you, then? What skills have you been
Pass me that box.
Huh? Okay.
You may consider this my progress on the path to master...
Wait a second. Isn't that box mine?
Would you like me to put it in your bedroom for you?
Huh? What kind of progress is this? Does he think he can These books on the floor, they're a complete Guess I should help him
Local sumpter beasts, imported goods, such a bright future ahead. I can picture the Mora just rolling in.
You do realize you sound like a choking cow?
It's called being imposing. Can't you feel?
Oh, I'm positively shaking in my sandals. What commands do you have for me, oh mighty Lord Sangamabe?
You've got a lot of nerve, Nefer. Seriously, do you have any idea how different?
Surely that's a good thing. I presume they're more disposed.
You traded my secret for sympathy! Thanks to you, I've lost every last shred of my mercantile majesty. How am I supposed to make anyone think I'm a big, scary investor now?
The dark days of Lord Sangamabe are behind you. Why not take this chance?
Speaking of friends, since when did the notorious Lady Nefer gain such an admiration for holier than thou?
A coming together of fates, nothing more.
Forget it. You're right about one thing at least. Me. Still, I really took a loss this time.
I'm trying to see if you're really crying, or a little birdie told me that when Lord Sangamabe makes money, the tears flow from the center of her eyes. But when she...
You are so annoying.
Nefer! Thank goodness you're here. I've been looking every...
Huh? Oh.
Oh, no. I'm not here to buy. I'm here to bring Lady Nefer a book, and a fascinating one at that.
Reasoning knows not time of day.
Huh? Isn't that...
It was all the rage for a while. People throughout the city were clamoring to get their hands on a copy. The names inside were all...
Don't bring up that book in my presence.
Surprisingly enough, I've actually heard of this book. Though it...
You're from the Vahumana and you're asking me what the truth is? I'd say the actual truth was... I brought you this book because it probably has the most interesting backstory of...
Don't tell me it's actually an...
You may not know this, Lord Sangamabe, but Lady Nefer has a fond...
No eye for good literature.
Perhaps she feels that bad books hide interesting...
Suits my style as an intel broker. Very interesting. And as it happens, I have...
Incense?
I imagine you've already used up the incense I gave you last time. Here's some more.
Well, actually, I've been saving the incense you gave me, but I'll gladly accept this too.
Katayun, you haven't changed a bit.
Congratulations,
Well done, Kale. After studying for so long.
Sure hasn't been easy for you, huh?
All grown up. No.
Thanks, everyone. It's Master Tainari. Thank you for your guidance and support.
Sino had a matter to attend to at the Temple of Silence.
I'm afraid the party will have to wait.
Kale?
No, it's not what you think. There's nothing wrong with my health. I've made plans with the Traveler and Paimon to visit Mondstadt. Master Tainari and Mr. Sino will be accompanying us too.
Well, that's a relief.
Of course. Phew. After all that catching...
For someone who spends so much time resting...
Hey! Paimon's been working her butt off too, you know. She flew all over...
Don't worry, I saw how hard you work.
Alright, we all know you're the most hardworking person in Tavad. As long as you... Paimon's been looking around the place and it seems like the city's...
What's going on here?
Nothing much. Nahida was just expressing concern for my physical and mental well-being.
Oh, the Traveler told Paimon all about that.
You make it sound like I'm on the brink of some kind of breakdown. Truth is, if we can just get to the bottom of Dotori's intentions, we can minimize...
Just listen to that newfound optimism. It seems like having you enroll in the Bahumana was a truly inspired move.
Observe, a classic Sumeru specialty. Chalking everything...
To be honest, even I can sense the change in you.
Everything Dotori said to you was a way to manipulate your mind.
Can someone as old as me really continue to grow?
If it helps, just think of yourself as a late bloomer. It's all a matter of phrasing, and for a puppet, developing at such an age is perfectly normal. But it...
However you see yourself, well done.
Alright, I see what you mean.
Anyway.
What else can I do but complete my current courses? Anyway, that's enough chit-chat. There are still things in this...
I'm so happy that Hat Guy is doing better, but... What about you, Nahida? The Pyrognosis burned down the corrupted Irminsul. The flames blazed for 7 days and 7 nights before they finally subsided. Now, Aru shoulders the responsibilities that once belonged to Irminsul. The situation was contained before it got out of hand, so to...
Irminsul has a strong influence over you, doesn't it?
There's no need to worry. Thanks to Nicole's extraordinary talents, my connection to Irminsul has been severed and transposed onto Aru. Angels can do things like that? They can. Such abilities are precisely what makes them so powerful. The goddess of Flack, in my eyes, much of what she went on to achieve reached such transcendent level.
So, does that mean you're
Correct. Just imagine that Aru has become the new Irminsul, and the essence of my existence has been bound to. The wisdom of Sumeru has ultimately converged into a single, unified entity. Whatever it is, the important...
Dendro Archon, Lesser Lord Kusanali. Oh, thank goodness you're here. Greeted.
Sir Nevis, do you have some...
Yes, there's something I need to report.
The Fatui Harbinger, the rooster, senses his sympathies. Along his stance is that, following the unrest and Nod Cry, Dotori was subjected to internal censure. This madness was the act of a rogue element, one who cannot be seen.
No less than can be
Snezhnaya paid a heavy price working to stop him. The letter goes on to say that even so, Snezhnaya cannot claim to be blameless. Apparently, they will deal with Dotori's subordinates in a Additionally, they are supplying relief funds and supplies, which are already en route. Sounds like he's got...
True, but as diplomatic rhetoric goes, it's highly effective.
This disaster has had a profound impact on The matter of Dotori can be seen as settled for now. We are sure to cross paths again in the future, and in that light, Snezhnaya would do well to uphold their response. With Irminsul burned, the flow of fate now carries many...
Perhaps we can move on to a less serious matter? Dendro Archon.
Of course! Dunyarzad, Sino, and Hypatia all told me this...
What a wonderful idea.
Not more tomatoes, surely.
More? Dendro Archon, what do you mean by more
Those good friends of yours are always talking about tomatoes. Sometimes when I'm walking through the city, I can even hear them arguing in the fields. Tomatoes. Tomatoes. The word has a certain magic to it.
Tomatoes. What can we make with tomatoes?
Take your time, there's no need to rush. The Traveler, Paimon, and I...
Does this mean you're going to Natlan? Meet them there in person?
I know. The Traveler, Paimon, we'll set off as soon as you're ready.
Sure, we'll be...
You hear no objections from Paimon? We should grab some Wonderful. such a lively place. It's super cheerful and positive. I can see that. There are people outside
You came. Welcome, welcome. You must be hungry from your journey.
Oh, thanks, but no thanks. We've been eating the whole way here. Yeah.
All right.
Maybe later then. We can wait till
Sounds like a plan. I should tell you, I already have some sense of why you've come.
Why's that, Malika?
To say thank you.
Your senses are spot on. But on top of that,
Because the pyronosis has vanished.
Despite scouring through the remnants of Irminsul, we couldn't find any sign of.
That's certainly unusual. Still, the potential fallout from Earth, there's no need to feel guilty. We were clear that this time, there was to be.
Thank you really is a fascinating phrase. It's not that we lack other means of expression. It's that when we.
You're right. In that land, we prefer simple expressions too.
That's wonderful to hear. Sincere feelings are often a vehicle for the deep.
Irminsul's destruction doesn't seem to have done you much harm.
There's still a lot of work to do, but before we begin, we felt it was
partly to express our gratitude, but also because we felt that seeing you, in a sense, it.
That's a nice way of putting it. To tell you the truth, though, I'm not a fan of somber meetings. So, since there's nothing more to say.
What a great idea! Paimon's gonna lie back.
In that case, I think I'll lie down for a bit too before we head to our next stop.
And where might that be?
Mondstadt. Paimon and I are gonna head back there with Kale and the gang.
Long ago, I sensed that the god remains inside Kale had come from the goddess of flowers. Those remains weren't hurting Kale, not as she is now. They simply exist. A yearning for an ordinary life. A yearning.
She should be ready to face the truth by now.
Whenever people meet, there is always the potential to create warmth.
Oh, just like how Paimon sometimes sees Nahida as a little kid. Is that so? Well, anyone who's friends with a kid is probably a kid themselves. Of course! And there's nothing wrong with that. When we get back, we'll actually be hanging out with another of our friends who happens to be a kid.
Dear Sucrose, when you receive this letter, I'll probably be as busy as always. But busy with wonderful things. Impressive, right? Sino said them, official ranger son, you probably heard that something big happened. Plus, it's not just me. A few of us are going.
Dainari, is that...
Don't you say it! Is that the great VII? Behold, the great VII, General Mahamat.
How times have changed. I wasn't expecting you to beat me to the punch.
You've really upped the aggression in your battle against Sino's jokes.
Kale, how did you know what I was going to say?
For the love of...
Traveler! Paimon! You're right on time!
I hope we haven't kept...
Kale!
Sucrose! It's been so long!
I've been well. Everything's going great.
Not at the moment. Oh, right! That juice you...
Seriously? That's wonderful. I don't suppose you drew up a detailed test...
Sucrose, you might want to try asking your questions.
Albedo! Paimon didn't see you there!
It's been a while since all of us were together like this. How about...
Good idea, my friend. You never...
So, what are your identities this time?
Don't remind him.
First things first. Allow me to introduce our very own official Forest Ranger Kale.
This sounds like one of those mushy stories that get...
Oh, is our story not heartwarming? If I recall correct...
Besides being heartwarming, our story...
Oh, you're here already? I'm still giving Dodiko a little trim. I won't be a moment.
A trim? Does Dodoko need him?
Of course. It's... all of these trivial matters get left to me. It's because I'm an angel.
Oh, right!
What are you writing?
I'm just brainstorming some cool sounding.
Oh, write them on these card backs.
Of course.
Clearly, my life.
Miss Nicole,
Kale? You seem a little nervous.
I was just wondering, who was the person you mentioned?
Wish.
Miss Nicole asked if we could meet up in Mondstadt once everything was over.
Well, you never mentioned that before. All we knew was that you'd arranged.
To be fair, come on, let...
You're...
Surprised? I bet you weren't expecting to meet a woman like me beneath this beautiful... An oasis will spring from the place where a djinn resides.
Lillipar?
I made friends with Miss Nicole. I asked her to bring me here. The prologue to this story is that I have a wish. It is stirred with the...
Could this be...
related to the god?
My dear young lady, my mistress left her final trace in this world upon you. And now I have seen you, and peered into your heart. You have experienced hardships, but beneath all this, I've witnessed the seed.
I do.
But how do you decide what is yours? The scars that others carve into your...
They are. This is something I've talked about with Miss Nicole said I should learn how to adjust my standards. I just want to live...
Don't you want anything?
She gave me a revelation once.
In the past, you would not have possessed such a rich heart. Your brief life has taught you to... How fascinating.
Of course not.
Yet I am a djinn. We exist because of the Lord of Flowers. We revere Kale.
But her remains won't be easy to remove.
That's beside the point. First, I need to know. Are you willing? But look, you know nothing about me. Even if you have heard the stories about me, all you would... so you do know. Your lips are quivering, your eyes trembling, my dear young lady. To repay your...
Are you sure about this?
I yearn to see my mistress. For this moment, the world can burn to ashes, the universe being and you, Kale, I can give you a gift.
But Miss Lilo...
My wish will be fulfilled, and I can die.
Why would you wish for that?
A long, unending life might seem desirable for one who has never possessed it, yet it brings torment to one who has. Since you've promised to grant my wish, give me that release. Allow the dying to die, and let the dead...
Kale, there's no pressure on you. What she said, it's
as if you want to use the last...
Nothing so selfless. We'll be using our...
I understand.
Close your eyes, Kale. Then open your soul. From there, I will embrace my mistress. The downpour of flowers is your touch. Like returning to the very beginning. Like surrendering to... People say that devotion is beautiful. Thank you.
She left, carrying the blessing of flower.
Kale?
I'm fine. Now that the remains don't actually feel...
Those remains weren't hurting Kale. Not as she is now. They...
Kale must have already received what she was yearning for.
I'm doing fine.
Then my wish has come true.
To become or...
That's just one of my wishes. Actually, I have a few more.
So between Miss Lilopar and me?
Wonderful. As isn't it?
I guess that settles things here.
So what's next? What do you want to do when we get back to town?
Calais, look who I've brought to see you. Hey, Calais! I heard you guys were holding some kind of secret event.
Huh? Oh no, it's
Really? Who?
me. The old me.
So that's what this is all about. Did you come all the way to Mondstadt for that?
Exactly. The old me is gone. I puffed her into the...
Do you think maybe up in the sky she has friends?
Oh. What do you think, Miss Nicole?
I think, at least if it were up to me, I'd consider that.
Dear Sucrose, even though my childhood ended long ago, these past few days have really felt like growing up again. I've become stronger. Surely someone as mysterious as you will find I came to say goodbye to my old self. I know that after this, she'll be gone. Thinking about it makes me feel a little alone, but somewhere in my heart, I feel a great sense of joy. It feels like I've always wanted to take this step.
Yeah.